So,
Press. Good morning.
morning.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for being here for our board retreat for TriMet's Board of Directors. We are holding our retreat this morning in Gresham City Hall, which is my district, welcome home, and East Multnomah County. It's just across from our Max Tracks, which is one of TriMet's Transit Orient Development projects, and we'll be taking a tour to see that later. Get the mic here functioning. Little awkward, we're not at home, but we always like to travel around to other counties to make a home there as well. Welcome to my board members this morning, and all smiles. It's our retreat. Welcome to GM and council, and to our elusive presenters over there. Welcome. As I kick this off, I'd first like to see if our general manager has words of welcome for us. General manager.
Morning, President Lewis, and really thank you. Good morning to board and staff that's here with us, and then everyone else that's visiting the public as well. Thank you for being here. But before we get started, I would like Andrew Wilson to come forward to provide us with a safety moment.
Yeah, so
Andrew.
just real quick. There won't be one today, but we always need to be prepared. Oh, I have a mic, okay. So welcome home too, because this is my hometown of Gresham, and raised my 3 kids out here. On the other side of that wall is the entire command staff of Gresham Police Department, as well as the fire department. So we're in good hands today if there's an emergency. But I will say if we have a fire emergency, we'll go straight out those doors into the parking lot. That's the muster point, is the parking lot. There are extinguishers in this room. There's one back on this wall. There's also an extinguisher in this room as well as an AED. And that is my first opportunity for a volunteer. Who will get the AED in the event of an emergency today? Mary Hill, thank you. And who in this room is certified for CPR? I know Ruth is. All right, so we have quite a few. So that's who you're going to make your way to. Robert Kellogg, too, and Laverne, so that's good. And I do need a volunteer to call 911, even though they're right across the hall. That'll be Anessa Bitko. Yeah, you might actually just walk across. It might be faster than a 911 phone call this morning. But that's all. I just say before we start any major meeting here at TriMet, we do start with a safety moment. Safety first here at TriMet, so I appreciate everybody's time.
Thanks, Andrew. To kind of move forward, I want to say also it's great being here in Gresham this morning for our annual board retreat. And first, I want to just extend my gratitude to the board, to each of you for the time and the energy that you put in and the commitment that you bring to TriMet and to our communities that we serve. So I really appreciate all of you and what you bring. Also want to thank the city of Gresham for hosting us today. This city truly understands the importance of public transit and connecting people, supporting growth, and fostering opportunity. So today's retreat is going to give us a chance to really step back from the day-to-day business and really direct our attention to how we focus on shaping TriMet's future by how we work together as a board and the exec team, how we sustain our financial health, how we engage the communities, and how we continue to build for the region that we all love and want to serve in the years ahead. So you'll hear from our consultants this morning, from David Jackson and Associates, both David Jackson and also Robert Smith. They're back in the corner over there, but you'll hear from them this morning on the board development, offering insights on effective governance and collaboration. And then we'll move to our updates on our financial scorecard, our federal funding opportunities, and key topics like community outreach around proposed service reductions and our transit-oriented development efforts. We'll close the day with the board with a security training and an opportunity to see one of our upcoming TOD sites here in Gresham, the new public library project, which demonstrates the kind of partnerships and investments that will define the next generation of TriMet. So I hope that it gives us the opportunity and gives you the opportunity and a chance to not only listen, but to also engage, to ask questions, to challenge ideas, and to really think strategically about where we go next. So with that, I'll turn it back over to our board president, Laverne Lewis.
Thank you, Sam. And again, it is wonderful to be here at Gresham's City Council home, and we're really happy to have that opportunity. So when I was thinking about our retreat a couple of days ago on my way to Alaska, I gave a lot of thought to what's going to be on our next agenda is board development and what that means for us as a board. Going back, I'm going to really date myself to San Francisco. My first board opportunity which was San Francisco AIDS Foundation. And that was early 70s, 80s when they were closing the bathhouses. And I was very young, very new, and had no idea what that meant. And I served on the board as their youngest member without understanding what it means to be a board member. So fast forward to today. Having served lots of boards, I've learned along the way that it's very, very important. And part of, I would say, the president's job is to make sure boards get good training and development. What does that mean? Not all boards are the same. Our board we're not elected officials, we're appointed. That has different ramifications. Some boards are nonprofit without any election or official or municipality regulations. Different boards have different guidelines, but most boards and their board members bring various types of training. And so, spending lots of time with our two presenters today, Sam and I put our heads together and looked at part of being a board member is training, development, and what we do to be a team, to be the A team, to be the board that other board members are lining up. I don't see a lineup out there, but a lineup to be part of our board where we bring excellence, teamwork, good governance to lead an agency that I feel is number one in the country. Oh, thank you. Yes, yes. And so I'd like to have our two presenters come up with us, David Jackson and Robert Smith. And I'm just going to read a little bit. Their resumes, pedigrees are longer than anything that I can read in a short time. But David has worked with boards and executive teams globally. He has been around the world and brings with us professional leadership. He focuses on governance and board effectiveness and leadership development strategies. So if any of us are, I'm going to kind of toot their horns, are on other boards, it is well worth to welcome outside or professional training for your board. That's really key. And then Robert, another principal with Mercer Career, practices out of Washington, D.C. I hope your flight here was good. If you get stuck here, welcome. We have food, we have frogs, we have all kinds of things that will entertain you. Specializing in leadership assessment and development with over 15 years and as a talent scout across multiple industries. So they bring more wealth than our board combined. I love hearing some of the stories when we had dinner of other agencies, but welcome. We're going to turn over, and I know the board got my opening letter of some reflective exercise. And are we going to be able to do their PowerPoints? Yes. Oh, okay. And so I'm going to turn it over to David and Robert to lead us in our board development. And okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis, and morning. Hello, members of the board and members of the community and representatives of TriMet. We are quite honored to have this time with you today. Thanks very much. We look forward to sharing some perspectives, some frameworks, having some good, robust discussion with you on the topic of board effectiveness. We do work with many different kinds of boards in various places, as Laverne has said, and there are some perennial topics of relevance and helpfulness for boards in general, and of course many very specific issues and challenges for the board of this great agency at this really exciting and kind of challenging and critical juncture in your evolution and meeting the transportation needs, the life needs, the health, education, civic, business needs of this great Tri-County area. So tickled to be here. I think what I'd like to do is to give you a little overview of what we had in mind for our couple hours together. So the next slide, please. So this is the welcome. We have a framework we'd like to share around board effectiveness that has proved over some time quite effective and helpful in different kinds of not-for-profit, public sector, and other boards in many different settings. Based upon the description of that, there are some pillars of board effectiveness that we'll speak to. And then we did have an interactive activity in mind. So it's going to be not challenging exactly, but we'll adapt to, we're kind of at this table that's bolted to the floor and you guys are as well. So we'll imagine this as a kind of a whiteboard activity, but doing it creatively in the moment here with the space we have because we'd like for this to be very, very interactive. And then we'll move from that to the topic of a governance effectiveness pathway. So what things could look like as you all on the board work with Laverne and with Sam moving forward. So that's what we had in mind for our time together today. You've heard a lot about us. That was very, thank you, Laverne. A little embarrassing. I wish my mother could hear, but she'd be listening from way up above us. But it was very, very kind what you said. And we do indeed have the privilege of bringing a lot of experience. We hope some insights, we hope some wisdom, but certainly a lot of experience, very open minds to the task of working with you this morning. We've had the privilege of working with the agency for some years in various capacities, and so have context, organizational context, which is meaningful. And in some cases, we do board retreats where we're sort of new to the organization. So we bring knowledge, respect, affection, affiliation to this great agency, and I'm very excited to be here. We thought before getting into our content, and so we don't risk this being just kind of one way, we'd love to ask anybody on the board who has any sort of top of mind comments, questions, maybe what you'd most like to get out of these couple hours together on the topic of board effectiveness and moving intentionally into this chapter of board development where Laverne is leading the board as chair. So love any opening comments or questions or top of mind comments from you guys.
I think, thank you for being here. I would love a practical tool that we can, like a takeaway tool. I'm sure we would learn a lot, but you know, when I think back to a lot of seminars that I've attended, there was so much that, you know, I walk away with so much, it almost feels like nothing that I could practically walk away with and implement tonight, right? So I'm hoping that as I'm listening and as I'm participating, I want to grab onto a tool or two that I can start exercising today. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Good morning. I have been reflecting on the fact that we are at a moment of great change for the agency, and we are in a world where change is accelerating for everyone at a rate that we have never seen before. I mean, we're really on a J curve. So I have been thinking about how are we as a board most effective in supporting Sam and leadership of this organization as we are facing this reality. There are a lot of opportunities, but there's also, of course, risks. And I think that will take some longer term strategic thinking and partnership. So I'm interested if there are elements of this that can help to address that and what we're going into.
Thank you so much for being with us, gentlemen. On my end, I'm quite interested in the nature of the way that we engage with community. This is very much a public serving board, right? A governor appointed board, but one that is meant to represent specific geographies and thus specific constituencies. So maybe thinking dynamically about ways that we can not only rise to the highest bar in our stewardship of this public agency, but also rise to the highest bar in representing the people who we're tasked with representing on this board would be fantastic as well.
Thank you very much. I've got red lights here, but I guess you guys can hear me. So, Thomas, practicality is what we had in mind and working with Laverne to prepare for today. So we'll share a framework that can be applied in very concrete way to assess and to plan for increased board effectiveness. And there are, so it's a framework to which tools are attached, pretty straightforward, very concrete tools. So thank you for that. That's kind of encouraging given what we'd planned to do. Aaron, great point about change. We can only imagine, having met with other agencies and other sort of public sector providers of services to support the health and vitality of communities, urban and otherwise around the country, in my case in some other countries as well. There's never been a more dramatic set of extrinsic change factors and change drivers. Just driving out here this morning and seeing where the development is and where, I've been coming, having actually a family in the area, coming to the Tri-County area for 30 plus years and have seen the changes that we've all seen. And so that's just the most visible thing that and so much flows from that in terms of changes to the planning and the funding of the services of this great agency. And JT, thank you so much for emphasizing community service. That's what we're here for. Robert and I have a passion for service organizations. We have the freedom and flexibility to work by choice with clients whose mission fills us with personal passion and commitment, and that's absolutely the case here. And it's a notably exciting time to be in the Pacific Northwest and in this great city. Robert, I'd love to invite you to make any additional comments about what our friends have shared, or about yourself or the work we're doing framing up today.
No, thank you very much, David. And very exciting to be with all of you today, and just to be a part of this great organization and being able to support a tremendous mission in this region. And so part of that is one of the points that you made, Aaron, about, change is accelerating, I think is a very critical point, and one that we're all working collaboratively together to ensure that you all as directors have what you need to support the changes that are coming, because they're not going to be slow anymore. So we think what we've prepared for today will provide a pretty comprehensive starter kit, so to speak, of what's available, tools that you can use, ways to think about your roles as directors, and what that means for the community more broadly, and specifically what that means for how to lead as effectively as possible and how to partner together. So we're very much looking forward to presenting and sharing with you today.
Thank you very much. So if we can move to the next slide. So these are the development goals that we discussed in preparing for today with Dr. Lewis, and they are overarching goals. They're ongoing goals, but they're also goals for today, topics for this morning. So to increase awareness of the board and the GM leadership roles and functions. I'd say increase awareness and help to build consensus and, to Thomas's point, actionable, concrete consensus about the most effective ways to work together. We're not here to tell you guys how to do that at all. We're here to provide a framework for having that discussion and to facilitate planning. Sorry, I forgot to keep my button, my finger on the button. So that's the first topic that we talked about as a sort of, if we can use the term respectfully, learning goal, interactive goal for today. Secondly, create a foundation for, I would say, ongoing effective collaboration across the board and with Sam as general manager and the senior team who work with him and support him. And then thirdly, to increase awareness of focus areas for improvement and development. We'll have an interactive activity later on, which is going to surface the areas that you all think, not that we think, that you all think would be worthy topics to dig into as improvement areas under the heading of every board in the world could stand to do its work even better. And that's for you guys to say, not for us. We'll have suggestions for how to take action with and advance those development and learning goals that you come up with. I'll mention, speaking as a governance fellow of the National Association of Corporate Directors, which is the not-for-profit that does board education around the country, around the world for public sector, not-for-profit and corporate boards. I'll mention that board development, board education has never been a hotter topic. And it's not because directors are not well-versed and committed and highly knowledgeable about governance, of course not. It's because, to Aaron's point about the speed and the dramatic nature of the changes, it's a good time to confirm what people do know about board service, what they have learned, what they have been practicing, and to take many boards are saying this is the time to take a big step forward in terms of how intentionally and how collectively as a board team we intend to become even more effective, working as a team, as a board, and with management. And the reason for that heightened focus on board development, board education, is what you all have been talking about, which is the need to do something practically, measurably to serve our constituents and to acknowledge the changes that are out there that really are transforming every kind of organization, really, that has a mission and employs human beings around the world. So hence the focus on development and the notion that today really is just a way station, and there could be next steps. I'm sure that you as a board will discuss, and will end with some respectful suggestions for what next steps might look like with development as an ongoing board agenda for the TriMet board, as so many boards that we know and work with are just becoming systematic in thinking about how to develop in various ways. And we'll get into a framework for doing that. Robert, any comments at this point?
Not right now. Thanks.
Okay. Hello? Okay. I feel like I'm at the UN here. I'm almost waiting for the simultaneous translation. So this is a framework that we wanted to share with you. It's a pretty simple and straightforward one. And the point about this is that, as the words say, effective governance requires having a number of factors in mind, right, and the interrelations of those factors. And actually, the next slide gives this framework in a larger, probably more easy to read format. If we could advance to the next slide. So this is what's called a systems model. I know there are many engineers in the room, so you'll be familiar with systems model, the notion that there are inputs and outputs of a model, and what's at the center of this is the design and the operation of a given board, of the fiduciary, of the governance body for an organization. And this model applies to any kind of organization that has a board, a group of fiduciaries. And the four elements at the center of this model, roles, structures, processes, composition, are the elements that, through a lot of research, we believe, others believe, this is a very vetted model, are the factors to bear in mind and for a board to assess itself against and to plan development around. So what are the roles of the people on the board, and is it really clear how and why people were recruited to the board and how they were onboarded, and is there a kind of skills matrix in mind for what a board needs to do well to execute its fiduciary role vis-a-vis the mission of the organization that it serves and provides governance for. So roles, the first of 4 points. Structures, what are the committee structures? What kind of support does the board have? So kind of the operational side of the board. Processes, decision-making, communication with management, and then composition. How do we think about the representativeness of the people who serve on the board representing the stakeholders, as JT was saying, and the kinds of skills and experience they bring to bear. So all 4 of these can be reflected on. They can be assessed against. Many boards will actually, assess their effectiveness by considering how clearly these 4 things are defined and how well they are unfolding. So processes like decision-making, do we have good results from our decisions? A lot of boards that we work with are dealing with the tendency of many boards to be quite polite and could be even conflict averse amongst themselves. We're not commenting on this board, but how well are we doing as a board in each of these 4 areas? Is the current state optimal? Is there a chance to be even more effective in how we do the work of our board? And so those are sort of the 4 pillars of the framework that we have in mind, meant to be a very practical applied framework for board effectiveness. At the center is board dynamics. So you have the building pieces of the board, but the dynamics is the human interactions, how skillfully people listen, how much emotional intelligence people bring to the conversation, and those kind of human qualities that all management teams bear in mind when they evaluate the effectiveness of the management team. Think who's in succession for senior roles. Same principle applies to a board. How well does a board function? Is there room for improvement in terms of what's called interpersonal human dynamics? So that's kind of the framework that we have seen many boards find useful in assessing what's the current state. Maybe we're fine with board composition, maybe our processes could be a little better. Maybe we're fine with the structure of the board, but some of the roles, we need to redefine what it means to have a leadership position, for instance. And a very practical tool is just a couple of questions around assessing the current state in these four areas to identify opportunities for improvement. Again, these four structural elements surrounding the human reality of a board is a team like any collection of human beings, and the dynamic can be constructive and forward-looking, or it could itself benefit from some attention, maybe some facilitation. So that's the center of the systems model. Like any systems model, there are inputs and there are outputs, i.e. performance. So the inputs are the characteristics of the organization. This says company, it should say agency. Where is TriMet now, in serving the transportation and the related to transportation needs of the three-county area. So that's an input, and you all have obviously done a lot of thinking, bring a lot of experience, perspective on that. What are the duties that are expected of the board, and what are the ownership characteristics? Of course, this is a publicly funded agency, so all the extrinsic inputs that feed into the structure of the board, the operations of the board, are borne in mind as boards assess their effectiveness. And the output, of course, is performance. How well are we doing? Can we do better? And then there's kind of a virtuous cycle from monitoring our performance and working on the four elements of this model to be sure that we're having a great outcome in terms of the board serving the needs of our constituents. So, Robert, anything please to comment on here?
No, I think that inputs versus outputs is really important to think about, and those inputs on who you are, what you bring to the table as board members, and then that gets funneled through that kind of middle part of the kind of design and operations of like how this actually gets brought to life, and then the overall effectiveness and performance of the board is a result of all of those combined and working together very effectively. So the question always becomes, if there's something that isn't quite working as effectively or could be better or improved in some way, which element or elements kind of make the most sense to tap into or to check out and further explore to kind of unpack that a little bit more. So it's a useful framework for thinking, David.
Okay. Can we pause there and see if there's any feedback, thoughts, comments from the board? Okay.
Okay. Well, let's take this down to the next level. And oftentimes, what's interesting when you start thinking about leadership in general is what's the role of the board versus what's the role of management in any organization. This is always kind of a tricky balance in trying to figure that out wherever you go and whatever organization you're working in. And so to start to unpack that a little bit, we took this framework of noses in, fingers out, which comes from Jim Brown in the book, The Imperfect Board Member. And this notion of noses in, right, as a board member, you want to be a member who is asking the right questions, holding management accountable, really looking at the big picture areas and items of is the organization achieving its mission? And is the management team, the executive team, responsible and driving achievement of that mission? And that comes in a variety of formats. And I love the kind of initial framing that you all gave in terms of thinking about change, thinking about the community, thinking about what does this mean for the growth of the region. So all of those are kind of the right lenses to be thinking about what does accountability mean, and what are the right kinds of questions that I need to have my nose in and really checking on, are we doing this the right way and thinking about this the right way? So that's the noses in piece. The fingers out piece of that is really how do you ask the right questions and drive that accountability while at the same time not interfering with the executive and management responsibilities of the day-to-day operations. And that's always a tricky balance because you're kind of asking some of the metrics and some of the questions and performance issues. That's where the rubber meets the road is on the execution piece. So it's like, how do you find that right balance in asking the questions without interfering or undue interference. And so that's always the tricky part. So that second check mark under fingers out. So having a clear separation between strategy and direction, which is the purview essentially of the board, providing that the right strategy and direction, and then delineating that with the operations and implementation piece, which is the purview of management. And so ideally, and we'll break this down in even further with a few examples as we go along, but ideally board, strategy, overall direction, management, operations, and implementation and execution. Those are kind of the big bucket items of how we think about this the right way and how you approach the roles the right way. And in terms of the general manager position, it's really thinking about that in terms of what's that focal point between sort of board accountability and how that gets transferred into agency execution. And so that's really the GM really serves as the focal point between where that strategy kind of comes in broad, and then from a board perspective into, okay, now we're going to funnel this into operational excellence and operational efficiency. So noses in, fingers out, that's kind of the general framework that sort of brings some of these elements together and how to kind of think about your roles as directors. David, anything to add to this?
Well, there's art as well as science to this, right? So there are clearly delineated accountabilities, and then there's the matter of discretion and judgment about how to apply it. And so we don't mean to imply anything too rigid. That's why we use this kind of colloquial phrasing, noses and fingers out. It's kind of an operating principle. And actually, the next slide gets into more concrete suggested detail about the. Now, I know this is a very busy slide, so we're going to walk you guys through it. I'll talk about the board side of the slide and Robert, the GM slide, and then the shared accountability. So if we think about the complementary roles of board and management, on the left-hand side are what the board is accountable for, setting vision and strategy at the highest level, establishing policy and oversight. Oversight's the key concept for any board, holding leadership accountable, representing the public, as JT said, and then building and owning board effectiveness. No one but the board can own its own development and its effectiveness. So to drill into those a little bit, the key principle is, the board providing the direction at the highest level, strategic grounding and defining accountability, working with management. And then under vision and strategy to define the long-term priorities, safety operations, per Andrew's opening comments, equitable access. These are just illustrative, fiscal responsibility, climate leadership, et cetera. So all the big picture topics that you representing the citizens, the business folk, the students, the people of this region. Establishing policy and oversight. This is, the fiduciary side of being on a board. So the budgets, the contracts, the policies, they're of course crafted and executed by people in management, but the fiduciary buck stops with the board. Holding leadership accountable. This is something that every board in the world is uniquely responsible for. Evaluating the performance of the GM or CEO or college president, in your case GM, to assure alignment with the values and commitments of the agency. and then representing the public. You in this case, it's a perfect model because you do represent the different regions and communities in a one-for-one way. But all boards reflect the needs and the interests of stakeholders. In the case of corporations, of course, shareholders. Doesn't apply here, and people do pay taxes. So that's kind of a proxy for that. And then finally, board effectiveness. One cannot delegate as a board to someone else to determine how well you all agree to on the question of where could we be even better, and hey, where are we doing a fine job? So the left-hand side of this model with the Venn diagram in the middle are the board accountabilities, and Robert's going to talk to the GM accountabilities.
Absolutely. So on the GM side of this, really going back to what we were talking about previously, noses in, fingers out, the GM side is really more focused on governing and managing the how and the who. And it has really the hands-on responsibilities for execution of TriMet's operations and workforce. So what David was sharing was really, from a board perspective, a lot of that focuses on the what and the why. For the GM, it's much more of a focus on how and who. So everything from implementing strategy, so translating those board policies into effective transit services, leading operations, so kind of overseeing the daily operations of MAX and Lyft and different bus operations and customer satisfaction, managing the resources of the agency, so developing and administering the budget, securing funding, ensuring compliance with laws and regulations, and then building workforce capacity, so hiring and managing the appropriate staff, HR-related issues in order to execute effectively, and then also developing talent. And then finally, engaging stakeholders, so working with riders, employees, local governments, and regional partners for responsive service. So those are kind of the 5 different categories of the broad GM accountabilities in this model, and what the expectations there are on the GM side. David, shall you start on the shared accountability zone?
Happy to. So, and neither of these is meant to be kind of course, distinct and separate. They are focused, they're areas of focus which are adjacent, and there is interaction, of course, between any board and management, and that's the shared accountability zone. So strategic alignment is arguably the most important area of overlapping accountability. What are the goals, the policies, the operations, that thinking about the unfolding needs and the current present realities and challenges that kind of represent the strategic alignment of the governance provided by the board and leadership provided by management. And we're familiar with TriMet 2030 and with plans and intentionality around refreshing strategy. Every agency we know, every organization we know, is refreshing strategy right now, and it's everything from artificial intelligence to changing customer preferences to the long tail of COVID and how that changed, in some ways quite permanently, how people study, live, shop, receive healthcare, etc. So strategic alignment, very, very, very critical. As a shared responsibility, and there should be processes for that to happen, of course, in the most effective way. Transparent communication. So the management owes, in formal and informal ways, good open communication with the board, and the board owes management good constructive questions, good active listening. So to have the communication be a dialogue and as transparent as possible. This is one where things we've seen things break down a bit. not typically because of poor or not enough communication, but too much communication. So we've seen many boards where we think of it as kind of the director swoop, where a director knows somebody in management, just gives them a call. It's not bad for people to talk to each other, but we have seen scenarios where it can be not as helpful as you might like to have informal communications outside of sort of planned collaboration between board and management. So transparent communication, critical. It seems most helpful if there are, some protocols, nothing fancy, but a handful of things everyone agrees to. This is how the best kind of, the most effective kind of communication can occur between the agency and the board, particularly management and board members. And Robert, would you like to talk about public trust and impact?
Absolutely, because I think everything kind of comes down to this last one, which is so key, which is making sure that that strategic alignment that David was mentioning, that transparent communication is really fostering public trust and impact. So is the agency delivering what the mission of the agency is? And is that being done in a way that creates transparency and trust with the public? And so when and there's a lot that goes into that, but when all of those come together, that's when you get a board and GM and a leadership team that's working together very effectively and really driving towards both a combination of performance as well as equity and commitments to the communities that TriMet serves.
Any comments at this point? Anything kind of resonate with you or things you've seen on other boards you've served or questions that are sparked by this model?
So thanks so far. The distinction between the operations and the strategy, like that's something that is essential to what we do. And I like to keeping the fingers out, even though the nose is in. One item that I didn't see you address and makes this board a little different than the corporate or the nonprofit ones are the public meeting laws. And, there's been a lot of trouble in Oregon in recent years about boards, acting outside of the public meetings law. And so there's a sort of chilling effect to those of us who are up here who are, designated to think about these big problems. And we come together for a meeting once a month for a couple of hours and are supposed to solve these monumental problems without the opportunity to speak with each other individually. And there aren't many other people than the people who are up on the dais that want to talk to me about transportation infrastructure or other things for hours on end. And so I'd like for us to each be encouraged to spend more time with our directors individually again, with the understanding that we can't violate the serial meetings law, but to have that encouragement of communication amongst us.
I think that's an incredibly important point, Robert. Thank you. And it's a very distinct characteristic of the operations of this board. If I put myself in your shoes, I could see it's a challenge to address how to team and collaborate within the context of just the expectation of the public meeting. I wonder, Shelley and Sam, any comments from a management or legal perspective on what Robert has raised?
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Robert, and I know that you and I have talked a little bit about that too. We will give that some more thought. I do, you're right, we want to be very careful not to run afoul of the serial communications addition to the public meetings law, but board education sessions, places where you guys can talk without deliberating toward a decision, that's the line, right? And as long as we spent some time making sure that everybody on the board is clear about how they can do that without getting in trouble with the public meetings law, happy to help with that. So yeah, sure, thanks.
Yeah, it sounds like an intriguing and important, not problem to solve, but issue to kind of work through. And it's definitely very different from the luxury that corporation boards have of being, very, apart from the annual meeting, totally in closed session. Hello, Tyler. it's nice to see our newest constituent there. My granddaughter is just a bit older, and I'm missing her, so it's great to have a baby. I actually got some pictures this morning from my wife who's looking after our grandchildren. So, well, great point, Robert. Thank you so much. Anyone else have any other sort of comments or observations at this point? Well, let's get a little more granular. And
Robert has another.
Sorry,
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't want to double up
No,
that,
no,
given
go
the
ahead.
opportunity.
Yes, sure.
Also, we talked about communications. You talked about both good and bad communications between directors and then, members of the executive staff. And so it'd be nice to have some clarity, because there were a few incidents where, you reached out directly to a head of a department and were sort of told, I can't talk to you unless you get permission from the general manager. And so understanding, where that line is or where it should be would be helpful to us in terms of, communicating.
Robert, do you have a comment on that?
I think typically when we've addressed issues of board to management communication and we've effectively resolved those in the past, it's usually about coming up with some kind of transparent framework for how those interactions can and should occur that everyone is on the same page about. So, and usually that's like some kind of working session and then a working document of, okay, these are the types of things that we can collectively agree as a board. It's fine to pick up a phone and talk about. Again, within the purview of kind of the legal, what's appropriate and what's legally defensible. But so there's that aspect. But once there's the kind of going back to the previous slide, the key is the trust. Because what happens is when that's not done effectively, then someone finds out from someone else that, there's this other sidebar conversation happening, then it gets weird and possibly borderline inappropriate. So whereas the initial discussion or the conversation or the topic may be a legitimate one that needs to be addressed, are we addressing that in the appropriate format and in the appropriate way? And is that clear from a board perspective? So we want to get an answer to that. Is everyone aligned and agreed that, yes, it's appropriate to have these types of conversations? And if it's not, then we bring that back and say, okay, here's some of the things, or here's what this looks like. And let's figure out how to solve these types of things together and just be on the same page. So it doesn't translate into something kind of trust reducing down the line.
We'd recommend just kind of a one-page kind of checklist of do's and don'ts for communication. And generally, communication between boards and management takes two forms. Form A is kind of listening for learning, and that can be great. Just get some personal experience from your board meeting by listening to what you can learn by talking to people in management. The second form is kind of offering suggestions for how to do stuff. And that typically is a little more problematic. But the one pager that we're talking about would be, to reach out to listen and learn, to reach out to offer suggestions or share your experience. Just kind of the questions that vary from board to board is, should the CEO or general manager know ahead of time? Is it okay for them to hear afterwards, for instance? We can't tell you what the right or wrong answers are, but we do believe that the right way to think about it is something very simple, unambiguous, direct. Folks can have it at their elbow, so if they're inclined to pick up the phone and call someone on the senior team seated here today or someone who works for them, that they just they don't have to guess. Is that counter to what we've agreed in terms of communication ground rules? We're working now with a hospital system that does a lot of public service to indigent patients and so forth. And some of the folks on the board are physicians, and they will find themselves on the phone actually prescribing medical stuff. And well, that's not a fiduciary role. In fact, that puts risk, right, into the care provision, different sector from you guys, so healthcare, not transportation. And so it was really helpful for them to have well-meaning people with years of medical practice realize, I can't really, if I want to call and offer an opinion to a doctor or to a medical team, I probably shouldn't do it. I should discuss with the board chair and the president's hospital system. I have some thoughts as a way the board collectively can offer to share some insights. And that's what happened. And then there was a gathering, and some of the physicians shared what they felt like sharing. It still wasn't strictly speaking a governance role, but they wanted to be of service. So often it's a question of the impulse is right, the motivation is great. It's just that to Robert's point, it can, if there's coloring outside of the lines, then it can degrade trust. And if there are no lines to begin with, then we would strongly recommend to give a concrete action to Thomas's point that you all have a session, the result of which would be just a simple checklist of when and how to listen to learn, when and how to reach out to communicate, and where Laverne as board chair and Sam as GM are in that process of needing to know before or afterwards. No right or wrong answers, but the right answer is to have clarity about it.
Erin?
Thank you. I actually had a question about communication with the public. So we as board members have TriMet emails. We receive a lot of emails from our constituents. And sometimes while we have set a policy or direction, when the implementation occurs, we are not completely up to speed on when that is happening, and we're sort of caught off guard. And so then we start getting communications from constituents, and we're scrambling to try to ensure that we're saying things that are aligned with the agency, knowing that there are also communications that are going out directly from the agency. But there have been times that we have been informed about things almost simultaneous to the agency communicating about them to the public. And I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about examples that you've seen of other organizations that have done that better, and maybe help to better use their boards as communicating another communication channel back to the constituents that they represent.
As a general sort of statement, boards are typically not the best or the most effective or frankly knowledgeable with respect communicators to the broad constituency base. Though the impulse to be responsive and to communicate is understandable, right? And in a way kind of commendable because we all believe in the mission. I am not sure, and I think this would be an interesting thing to get, Sam's comment on. I'm not sure under what circumstances it would be most helpful to have you guys answer questions directly from riders or passengers or constituents without reference to some other formal, sort of communication from the agency. But
let me clarify. We do get that information, but sometimes it's at the exact same time that it's going out publicly, and then we do have public emails, right, for TriMet, and there is an expectation that we respond to the person emailing us within a week or 10 days. So we have an expectation of communication back. And I think sometimes those things aren't aligned. So maybe that's something that we could work on more together to talk a little bit about how we could do that better.
I agree. I think this is a educational session that we can draft a process that we can approach this and work towards how do we solve this issue here.
Can I follow up?
Tyler?
Thank you, Board Director. Because I think the other component of that I would guess all of us get a lot is folks emailing us not as members of the whole board, but as individual members of the board saying, I'm asking you to fight for X or stand for Y or take this policy position. And that's an interesting moment, right? Because the response is not, here's the agency, like, thank you so much, here's what the agency released yesterday, or here's the process, or here's the official position of the board, here's what the board said at the meeting last week. They're saying, we heard the board take this stance, we think that you should take this other stance. And I have struggled as someone who gets a lot of those emails. And a lot of those calls and a lot of those, of like, when do I stand as a board, as part of a whole, or when they're asking me individually, when do I make an individual moment? And I know organizationally often we get pressure, and it's very understandable, of like, please forward this email to TriMet staff and have TriMet staff draft a response. And I'm like, they're not asking for TriMet staff's opinion on this. How often, are there best practices around that, or is that something else that we would figure out in an education session?
So, District 4, Southeast Portland, there is a dimension of representing stakeholders that is unique to an agency board of your kind. And so it's inevitable that this dynamic will emerge. People will look to Tyler, and they have not read the bylaws, and they're not attorneys, and if you were to say, talk to management, they as constituents, they wouldn't feel well served. So we certainly get that there's a gray area here, and I think it's another one to kind of problem solve. The activity we'll be doing in a little bit is going to identify 2, 3, 4 areas where our impression from this conversation is you guys should focus in and do a little problem solving. I think this is one of them. And I think for each of these, there should be a little family of, again, one pages, nothing fancy, nothing esoteric, just kind of some guidelines. And it won't be perfect, but it will, it's an alternative to just guesswork on an ad hoc basis. But the impulse to be responsive to your constituents, my goodness, this is a volunteer board. I'm sure you're on it because you want to be responsive. And that's a good thing. And to have the sense of interaction with the community is a very good thing, right? It's to the public good. Not to be evasive, but I can't offer a best practice other than to agree not to the best practice, but to the most constructive practice for this board at this time. And I think I hear the frustration. So, well, see what management said. Well, yeah, but you live in my neighborhood, and I see you at the bus stop, and can't you say something to me? And so so part of the ground rule can be what is reasonable, just as people on a volunteer board can say to their neighbors, right? No, it would seem to me there's the what you do and the how you do it. If the how you do it is to appear to stonewall or be unresponsive, that's not good. That's not helpful, right? It's such a great question. We were talking before about the art and the science. The science is the little one page, or the art is just the judgment in the moment of how to apply it, and there can be some gray areas there. Perfection never happens as part of a board development activity. It's just getting a little better.
Yeah.
Ongoing
Yeah, that is an ongoing problem sometimes, not only in our board, but what I hear from other friends on their boards, is reminding ourselves that we're a governing body and we don't stand independent. And I've had that conversation numerous times with Shelley on how do we give our opinion, which we go back to why we're here, and we act as a whole. And then how do we talk to constituents? I mean, I run into, especially with the college and students that are upset the bus is changing or not going to stop at their school any longer, and being in the community, they complain. And I listen. I mean, a lot of that is listening, but it's very hard to say, but I can't because I'm part of a governing, you go into that and they don't want to hear that. And so there is that fine line that we struggle with when we come on to a board that is a governing body. It's always helpful to have some guidelines, but it's really that gray area where we can cross over, and it's perception of the media picking up those side conversations, the next thing we know, we're in the media ourselves. I've been there, and it can be, yeah, it can be kind of an awkward situation. So yeah, any help, feedback that we can take to our educational sessions to work on. And I think, I'll speak to the elephant in the room, is when we are looking at members coming before us in public testimony. And that is an area where we have the media and everyone looking at us, and we're on live YouTube, and how we respond. And it's very hard. I'm just going to put my emotions out there. It's very hard as president to not go into understanding. But I have learned, and speaking just for myself, I don't know the backstory at the time. And then when I learned from when Sam or the agency and the executive committee bring forward information of it's been a long going, a lot of times we get the information at the end of the string, and it's been going on for a couple of months with the agency and rolls over. And the same with other areas that are snowballing. And so, yeah, a lot of times our constituents feel their last hope is with the board. And we want to be there for them. I mean, I am very passionate about students and buses, and especially in the community with Gresham Barlow. That is a struggle, and I don't know the final how we manage that, other than staying on this side of the law so we don't end up throwing our board into lawsuits, but it's a fine line. I don't have answers, but we do our best.
Any comments?
The only thing, and thank you for sharing the question and having this important dialogue. The only thing that I'll say is a lot of what being an effective board member is being able to hold space for the constituents that you represent. And so what does that look like is an open question, but it may not, a big part of that may be, I don't have to, there may not be a response in the moment other than I hear you and we're going to take this. And another piece of that may be, let me take that and explore this one and come back to it. Because the likelihood of the complexity of the agency and what's going on in any particular region, the likelihood that you'll have a direct, immediate answer for that is generally fairly low. So how do you hold that space to hear and listen and then take that into the appropriate channels? That's the immediate thought that comes to my mind.
One board,
Sam had questions.
sorry.
I think having that education session is going to be very important for us to really talk about this. We have an example currently that we're dealing with now on a project that's called the 82nd Avenue Transit Project. And our board has been bombarded with information from their constituents about decisions that will need to be made on this regional project. And as Director Frisbee stated, and I've talked directly with her and Flowers as well, constituents want one thing when the region is saying something different at the moment, but we're in that process of trying to understand it. So I can understand the points that are made is what steps do we take as we move forward?
Thank you, Sam. One board that we've worked with, the directors, it's a not-for-profit, it's not a public service board like you guys, but people are encouraged as they're approached with questions to listen, to ask for clarification, throw in what they can in the moment, and then to pass the questions on to the board secretary, the board chair, so that there's a process of gathering the questions and analyzing them for prevalence overall and by region. And it's been helpful for this board, because then when the board confers with management about what to do with what the board is hearing as a set of listening ears out there in the community, then the person who asked the question didn't get the answer in the moment, but they might see something happening, either a communication or activity that feels responsive to the question they raised. So I'm just thinking in the moment here that we've seen one board do, and it took a little bit of training, if you will, in kind of active listening. And managing, in the moment, that some of these directors felt a little defensive and on the spot, and just they had a little training session on how to say, "Oh, I thank you for your question. Ask a following question or two." Just do a quick little note back up to a central gathering of questions that were emerging, and that was helpful to the board to feel a general sense of connection and to bring that to collaboration with the general manager in that case. So, offer that as a story, if you will. We'd like to move now to the next part of our time with you, which is slide 9. And there are 5 pillars of board governance, and each we'll say a word or two and give some examples. Again, just Thomas is going to try to be as specific and concrete as possible. And the 5 areas are strategic direction, accountability to stakeholders, fiduciary responsibilities, board capacity and effectiveness, and oversight of the GM. So these are TriMet-ized, but they have general relevance and salience as aspects of good board practice. So for each of these, we'll dig in a bit. If we can move to the next slide on strategic direction. So under strategic direction, what is the board role? And this is kind of a deeper dive on the Venn diagram we shared a while back. The board sets the long-term what and the why. The GM executes the how and the who, and Robert mentioned that when we were looking at that Venn diagram slide. So Robert, please, some comments and examples, please.
Absolutely. There we go. How's this look in action? So on the board side, if we were to take a scenario where the board passes a resolution, and these are examples, but a board passes a resolution to achieve 100% zero emissions by 2040. That's squarely in the kind of strategic, high-level policy, visionary, this is where we're going as an agency. And then sort of taking that to an implementation would be kind of the general manager's role. The second example is the board establishing a goal to improve on-time performance system-wide by 95% by next year. Right? Again, an example, but kind of gives you a sense of these are the types of things, these are the nose in, kind of going back to the analogy, the nose in kind of overall accountability, setting direction, and then on the general manager side, deploying that and aligning resources and adjusting schedules to achieve that goal. So hopefully a couple of straightforward kind of simple examples to give you a sense of in the real world, this is how this would play out from an overall strategic direction standpoint.
The GM has accountability to be sure that this happens well and does not do it himself, but with the resources of staff and the great team at TriMet, and that's true of any organization. So what we're highlighting here is the accountability, not for the ownership of the task happening well, not of course doing all the steps. The second of the 5 pillars is accountability.
David, before
yes,
you go
please.
on, we have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for helping my postpartum brain remain somewhat functional. I guess I have, and maybe this is just let's put a pin in this, and you guys could say we're going to come back and talk through it a little bit more. But I think there's a challenge at the board level, and since Sam brought up 82nd, I'm going to use 82nd, which is, the examples you gave, there's a very clear metric, essentially, that the board does through a resolution. Frankly, as a board, we don't do resolutions very often, and fewer than we have a lot of resolutions that come up from staff to the board. Having seen other transit agencies in action, and I don't think that this is a direction we should go, there are a lot of board-created resolutions at other transit agencies, and they cause absolute havoc. Sometimes they're great, and sometimes they're just completely bananas, and would make all of these lovely people's lives a lot harder. I don't think that that is direction we should go. And I appreciate that this board in general, I think, works well and cooperatively with the general manager, and doesn't throw a lot of curveballs. But because most of the resolutions that come up are staff done, board interest or policy is often expressed in more squishy ways. And going back to 82nd, I think that this board has absolutely expressed a high level of interest in that project and given what I would say is aggressive direction around ridership and vision and what we hope to get out of that project. We've had a situation over the last 6 weeks where the agency, many people felt that the agency proposed something that did not align with previous direction from the board. And again, that direction is not as clear as a resolution. It is through statements and comments. And I think to me, this has been an instructive example of like how, I appreciated that Board President Lewis had a briefing on 82nd last month at the board meeting to try to work through some of this. But it's a good example of like, we gave kind of squishy direction, and it wasn't, it's not like every single one of us said, this is exactly the thing that we want to see, but we all gave comments that were pretty much in the same vein. Something came out that some of us feel is different. That accountability moment of like, how do we as a board create accountability with the director and the staff in a way that isn't a board developed resolution or something that just kind of creates a lot of havoc. In a constructive relationship and a cooperative relationship, how do you create that kind of accountability? And how do you continue it through the layers of a project, right? Like if the board's like, no, we don't think that really aligns with the direction that we gave, and staff are like, oh, well, we think it does, you have an accountability mismatch. So thoughts on that? That is a specific example, but I think we've had somewhat similar situations over the year and a half that I've been on the board. And how long we've been on this board? A year and a half? Oh God, who knows? 2 years? 2.5? Time is a construct. And I think it's one that I can see happening again. So I'm throwing that out there. Maybe it applies here. Maybe you can come back to it.
Just feedback on that. I think when we move into some of the other slides, there are some examples coming up, if I'm not correct, on when it doesn't apply to a resolution, because I think a couple of your other slides are debates, formal opinions, things, and so that might be the time. Or we can switch the slide. I'll leave it to you to move to that, because there is a slide that talks about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for flagging the point, and it's obviously it's very important, right, to the work of this board working with staff. I do think we have one of our upcoming slides will as Laverne says, address a little more specifically. But great to have that on the table. Any other comments at this point about the first point of strategic direction? Okay, accountability stakeholders. Next slide. So board, and we've been talking a lot about this, represents the public interest, period, and particularly in high-level decisions. The general manager engages directly with stakeholders to address operational concerns, gather input for board consideration. As we were saying a few moments ago, that we do see a board that has somewhat formalized, not a complicated, a simple process for gathering and sharing the input from stakeholders, and that seems to have been helpful to that board. But.
Yeah, so a couple of examples there with a public board meeting and a director advocating for a new bus line, right? That would be an example there. Another example on the board side would be holding a public hearing to receive testimony from writers and advocacy groups. And so those each get operationalized from a GM perspective in slightly different ways, but But that's a couple of examples of what does this look like? How do these roles break down from an overall accountability standpoint for when it comes to kind of public, being open to the public and receiving public input? Any questions on this example?
I'm thinking number one, I mean, the example's too easy here, right? I think a better example would be if the underserved district or that particular line, you know, that constituents is advocating for, perhaps the line used to be there and numbers didn't make sense. And so it just doesn't make sense. But for one of us to go, hey, despite the metrics, I still believe in this. And I'm thinking through this, perhaps that conversation and alignment should happen at the board level first for the other board members to go, thank you for your opinion, but we all disagree, the rest of us, before it moves to the GM. Because I would hate for there to be a waste of, you know, attention and time from GM to the staff side, just because one of us believes in something. And perhaps there should be there, you know, some fine balance, and perhaps another one pager in a transparent framework would be helpful here. But more often than not, I believe there's going to be more instances where one or two or three of us believe in something, rightfully so, reasonable belief, opinions. You know, the intention's right? So we all agree that. But then how do we decide as a group where we all agree that if there's two or more, then we want to allocate some resources for staff, or perhaps it's just one of us. But some sort of threshold alignment would be helpful, so that none of us has to ever feel bad about being a good board member for our district. Yeah.
Can I just second that?
JT?
Yeah, and I think with that thought in mind, a question that comes to mind for me is, to whom do we owe ultimate responsibility in that conversation? Who is to take priority? Is it, you know, staff opinion on a particular issue, or is it the needs of the constituents in our particular district who are voicing a concern about the way that our agency serves them? And I think that is, you know, to Director Kemp's point, a really difficult line for many board members to toe. It'd be nice for us to have a more robust discussion about it.
And to be sure, the example I was thinking is from my district, Hillsborough. There's a library that everyone loves. This particular line, numbers just don't make sense. But from, you know, Hillsborough mayor to city council and everyone in the community just loves the concept of having a bus line and going to that library, right? So that I remember having a brief conversation with Sam. Perhaps we move that to the second iteration, which sort of is a moot point now. But but then I remember feeling terrible about it, because representing the agency as a whole, I completely agree that that resource should be better served elsewhere in Hillsborough. But yeah, thank you.
So competing goods, you know, is really hard, and it's a paradox. You know, the two things can be desirable at the same time. On the one hand, you know, kind of passionately supported needs and interest to get the bus to the library, and then on the other hand, just as you said, the numbers making sense fiscally and otherwise. So we have seen boards come up with a mechanism to agree on what consensus is, and consensus can look like a dissenting vote or two. So there is shared board intent to then communicate with the general manager and with staff. What seems helpful is the conversation we've been having, including the Director Frisbee's prior question, seems helpful to think of it in terms of the goals that the board sets for the general manager. So what that person's accountable for and what their domain is. And if a general manager, we see this around the country now increasingly, a focus on kind of fiscal management and fiscal responsibility with some pretty alarming projections and so forth on the one hand, and on the other hand, people's preference for and needs for transportation post-COVID being kind of reinvented before our eyes, and how you reconcile all of that is hard, and it's a paradox, and a paradox is inherently a hard thing to think one's way through. It does seem helpful to be super clear on the goal setting for the general manager, which in turn translates into expectations, performance management for the staff, what often seems to emerge is just the financial piece of which you hold staff accountable for being something that comes back to you in the form of, say, a financial plan. I'm just thinking of 2 or 3 other organizations, and there are implications of the hard realities, but to get to that point of what actually does get planned for and acted on as a precursor to have, yes, a one-pager on board consensus, where it's acknowledged there'll be times when people passionately disagree. It's okay. Of course, it's going to happen, but to invoke the underlying values, which I bet everyone shares in terms of meeting the transportation needs and the lifestyle needs, the learning needs, the checking out book needs of people in this area, but just to balance out on the one hand with one of the things we talked about earlier was, you hire, the board hires and fires at the head of any organization, arranges their compensation and gives them goals, and then works with them on the execution of the goals. But I think the balancing out there, it's going to be helpful to bear in mind the goal setting that you do working with staff. It's such a great conversation, and
Aaron?
we would never say it's easy.
One thing that strikes me in this conversation is the fact that we have multiple goals set for any decision. And so my nomenclature, which may not be the right fit here, is I think it would be useful to have a strategy screen that we're all thinking about what are the facets of the decision, because any one decision is not going to achieve everything, but the portfolio of decisions should. And obviously financial is one of them, but we also have environmental, we have accessibility, which is a very big one. We have things like supporting community gathering places. There's probably a way that we could define the facets and then have better decisions about how, or have a better discussion about how each individual decision may meet those goals or not, right? And then we look at it more holistically. And I understand in this context, the financial ones are really going to be a big part of it, but it's never the only thing. And so I think that could be a helpful tool for some of our discussions and better alignment.
And there's kind of a logic of having gone from the strategy framework to kind of the stakeholders in terms of how we're presenting these pillars in this very rich discussion. The third of the pillars is fiduciary responsibility. The boards are collectively stewards of public trust, approve the major financial plans and ensuring compliance, high level. GM manages finances day to day, administers the approved budget, and reconciling all of that. We have an example or two to share.
Absolutely. So that kind of the debate process of that is kind of owned on the board side, and we've kind of been talking about that so far. And then and how does the overall kind of annual operating and capital budget come together, and how are decisions made about that on the board side, and then also kind of approval of contracts for kind of major projects. So those are the things that would kind of come down on the board side, and then execution of that from a procurement standpoint, for example, would come down on the GM side. So just a couple of examples there on fiduciary responsibilities. Any discussion or question on this one?
Okay. The next topic is board capacity and effectiveness. So the board focuses on governance development, to learn about that, to become increasingly skillful and confident, and against a backdrop of all the accelerating change we talked about. And then the GM's role is to support the board's need, but not to manage the board. So fingers out applies to fingers extending in all directions from all hands. Board capacity and effectiveness, and we do see more boards being more thoughtful about how to develop and improve on how they do what they do, and to learn. And we really commend you all for a session like this, which is not only learning about, all the very important engineering infrastructure side of things, but board effectiveness as a thing, right? As a topic that has been studied and where there's a body of good case illustrations. So that's that pillar. And Robert, an example or two?
Yeah, the examples that are emerged for this one are around kind of self-assessment, and a lot of boards put in place kind of an annual process for evaluating themselves and kind of rating each other. So that's one piece of that, and then kind of the succession plan for key roles on the board. We listed here in the examples the board chair and the vice chair positions, but that can really be across the board. So what does that look like? How do we make sure that new incoming board members, when terms are up, are ready to take on the board and the director roles effectively? And then on the GM side, really kind of making sure that the data is available for those discussions and those activities and the overall performance of the board to be effective. Any questions on this one?
No, but David, I do want to do a time check. You do have an activity for us that you have slated 10, 15 minutes. Just want to do a time check.
And we have until 11:10.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. We do see more and more boards doing the board valuation piece, as Robert said. It can take the form of directors, reflecting on each other's performance as colleagues and peers. More typically, it starts with just overall board effectiveness, and many boards will actually shy away from the offering perspectives on each other's performance. Though some corporate boards, where, as you guys know, people can be paid, a lot in board compensation, it's a not unreasonable thing to ask people to share. But the first step often is around the 4 parts of that model we shared at the beginning of our time, to just have 3 or 4 questions and to everyone ask, are we doing a good job or not so good job around these 2 or 3 processes that will make us a better board, and we'd recommend that you all reflect on a way to do that. And actually, APTA has had a working group working on this, so some agencies have done this in ways that you could probably be inspired by. Our next topic, oversight of the GM. So the GM, the role of the board is to hire, evaluate, hold the GM accountable for overall performance, and the role of the GM is to be accountable to the board and manage the staff to achieve, the enterprise goals, of course, which the board kind of brings into focus.
So a couple of examples of that, just making sure that there are clear and measurable performance goals that are set for the GM, and those are regularly monitored and tracked. And of course, the GM is performing against those. And then in the event that there would be, kind of year-over-year declines or making a termination decision, or the need to search for a new GM. So that squarely falls under the board side. Any questions about this one? Okay.
No, just
I'd love to hear about your thoughts on the board's goals, right? The GM then cascades those goals down. So not specifically on, so GM's performance, as we recently did this exercise, in fact, but I certainly wasn't thinking about the board's goals, although that is a conversation we've had in the previous year. Because we, as an agency, the agency has goals. And it was quite difficult for me to conceptualize board's own goals that are separate from the agency goals. And I would love to hear about other successful agencies having wonderful examples of the board goals that make sense and complements the agency goals and so forth. Yeah.
So typically board goals are usually around strategy. So it's the organizational strategy. So the easiest frame for that is the board setting the strategy and the vision for the organization, and is that being done in a consistent and clear way? From there, that's where the cascade down to kind of GM and agency goals kind of make a little bit more sense, so long as those are in place. That's kind of the short answer. David, anything to add?
Well, I think goals about how well decisions are made and how well the succession planning for the board leadership roles unfolds are really around the four-part model we shared earlier. There can be an objective or two in each of those about how well we do process, how well we're structured, and then those get measured in the systems model by the performance output of that. I think what we'd like to, it's a great question, Director Kim. I think we'd like to reserve the right to come back with, poke around a little bit and have some very concrete examples for you. But I do think it's a valid point that the goals of the board as an intact collection of people with a role are logically distinct from the goals of the agency, and kind of what that would mean meaningfully. We'd love to come back with some thoughts on that. We do have an activity, thank you, Laverne, and we're going to have to be a little creative in how to do it, because it's the kind of activity we sometimes do, roaming around a room with flip charts and so forth. But Robert's going to guide us through this.
Okay. So at each of your respective tables, you'll see two different multicolored Post-it notes. And so the action here is for each of the 5 governance pillar examples that we just discussed. We'll go through the following questions. So on the orange Post-it, if you could write where's the current governance practice effective today, and then on the yellow Post-it, where is there opportunity to improve? So again, going through kind of each of the 5, which you'll see in the top right-hand corner there. So we went through the 5 areas, the 5 governance pillars. So for each one, you'll want to write, so for strategic direction, for example, you'll want to say on the orange one, where is it effective today? And then on the yellow one, you'll put where there are opportunities for improvement for each of those 5 areas. Hopefully you have enough Post-its.
Yes.
Exactly.
Orange is good, yellow is deed work. So the assignment is 10 stickies. It could just be a phrase on each. We'll ask everyone to share, and we'll take notes. And I think that some of our conversation might already suggest some of which you'll write down, because we've had a great conversation. Is it clear what we're asking you guys to do? Good, thanks. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. You'd like us to yeah.
Can we slowly go through? Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Okay.
right, maybe 60 seconds, unless you're ready now. Okay.
Okay, so what would be most helpful? Would it just be for me to quickly rattle off the areas I think we're doing well, areas I think we're struggling?
Yeah, so really kind of thinking about thematically, and you don't have to share, I mean, for the sake of time, you don't have to share every single section, but just for one or two, just kind of what areas do you think would have the biggest impact on the effectiveness of the agency?
Yeah, I'll leave the orange one out there, the things we do well, and I'll focus on. We want to hear the orange.
Let's hear both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, on the things we do well, I think our oversight of the GM is effective. I feel like everybody on the board has a really strong relationship with Sam and with senior leadership at the agency, which allows us, I think, to have a fluid and dynamic conversation about priorities as they emerge. And I think that as a board, we're quite responsive to the needs of staff rather than hyper directive like some boards tend to be. I also think we do an outstanding job on the fiduciary responsibility front. I think there are a ton of very, very smart people on this team that make sure that this agency is allocating public dollars in the most responsible manner possible. And that's always been something that's been a hallmark of this body. In terms of things I think we could do better, the other three. So I think that our accountability to stakeholders is solid on paper, but squishy in practice, right? I don't feel like everyday riders of our system necessarily feel like they have access to this space or to the members of this board, members who, again, were appointed by the governor to represent them in earnest. I think we could do a much, much stronger job about broadening our physical footprint in community to pull everyday folks, the people who rely on our system, into the work arm in arm, rather than having them sit across the room on the other side of a dais from us. I think that's quite a different dynamic. From the board capacity and effectiveness, I think there's a lot that we can do to be a little bit more structured in the way that we engage with one another. We've talked about it in bits and pieces throughout this conversation, so I won't elaborate there. And the last piece is actually strategic direction. You know, I think that in many senses, this board is a whole lot less directive than many of its other peer bodies. You know, I think about an entity like the Oregon Transportation Commission in particular. Those members who are, of course, governor appointed in the same way that we are, play a much more central role in shaping the strategic direction of the Oregon Department of Transportation than we do for TriMet. I think there's a significant amount of room for us to assert our perspectives and contribute our wisdom in a more proactive way to the agency as it continues to shape itself and evolve.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just comment on a couple, maybe both sides of the same. So on strategic direction, I do appreciate that the agency's goals are tied to a long-term plan. I think that's really important that we keep our eyes on the horizon because we're going to have to use different strategies to get there. But on the other side of that, and I think it's to what others commented on, I think we need better ways to basically, without passing resolutions, how do we do a check on how we're doing toward that, and do that more regularly to realign where we need to realign as things come up, because they inevitably will. On the fiduciary responsibility, I do think the staff does a tremendous job, and they've done some great board education sessions that have been focused on the budget specifically. However, I do have questions about how effective is it to have the finance committee meeting immediately before the board meeting, because you can't really take input from the board and then turn it around into a meeting that is literally happening right after that. So I just think that there's something that we need to look at structurally there. And then I would just mention from the board capacity standpoint, I really liked your comments about focusing the board goals on that sort of image of the board and the places where we can really affect change for ourselves. I think sometimes we have struggled where our board goals have started to sound more like GM goals or goals for the agency. So I want to take that back and work on that with everyone. Thank you.
So, thank you. So I'll try to be brief here as well. On strategic direction, the positive, I've never been part of an agency that had more plans dealing with more aspects of what we're going to do in the future and how we're going to do it. And
Is that
so
a plus?
that's absolutely a plus, right? The only negative about that is that things do change and we've got to constantly keep changing the plan. So more positive than negative there. On accountability, I just wanted to touch on Director Flowers' point about getting out more in the community. I had suggested in the past that we hold like a rotating board meeting. I know we have this beautiful new boardroom and we want to have as many meetings as possible there, but if we could hold a meeting like we're doing today somewhere other than headquarters, we're going to probably bring in a different set of people, whether that's Clackamas County, Washington County, wherever it might be. So to give that some thought. On the fiduciary pillar, I wanted to follow up on Director Graham's point and give Nancy and her team a fantastic shout out. Our budget process is so thorough. We've got an independent agency that reviews, that helps us understand it. It's just a wonderful process, and people should feel good about TriMet's budgeting process. In terms of capacity and effectiveness, on the positive, this is an outstanding group of individuals that are on this board. There's diverse perspective, different lived experiences, so that we all benefit, I think, from hearing from each other. My biggest gripe on the board's capacity and effectiveness, and I've said this 100 times, we get a somewhere between 100 and 400 page packet of documents on a Friday afternoon to be ready for a Wednesday afternoon board meeting, right? Now I understand there are some things that are last minute that are put together that have to be put in there, but for example, your presentation today, was that only done on Friday? Or was that something that could have been sent to us a week and a half ago to give us more time to reflect and to give you better input or output, right? So with our business meeting agendas, there are certainly things that, yes, do come up, but there are also things that we should be allowed to have more advanced notice of to think about. And that's probably not a contract, but these big strategic thinking, aspects, we ought to have a little bit more time, I think would give us more effectiveness. So those are my comments.
I think you're going to pick up on consistent themes as we go down the dais, and I appreciate and love hearing from my colleagues. I'll go fast. Strategic direction, I appreciate that we use clear metrics. I think we do a good job of sort of stating what deliverables are, and then consistent sort of with what you've heard. I think one of the challenges is it's not clear how we follow up or create accountability when we have a potential miss of that direction, like whether we're not quite succeeding in it or it has to get changed or something like that. I don't think it's really clear for the board and between board and staff how we revisit. And then I also said there's a lack of clarity between board direction and board member direction. And I just think that is challenged by the public meetings law too. I want to acknowledge that's actually hard. But I think that's challenged. Accountability, I appreciate how well this board is connected to the community. I think to Director Kellogg's point, we have folks who are really tied into their districts and the folks in their districts. I do think we have a lack of clarity for how board members engage in ongoing processes. I think we get to usually hear a little bit about it early, and then it's not totally obvious how we can engage with what we're hearing and how we can provide feedback with what we're hearing from the community, because we do hear as they go on. On the fiduciary perspective, I think we get really detailed information. I think TriMet's process is, I appreciate how public and clear it is. I think it's really, I appreciate it very much. I think an opportunity for improvement. One of the things I think we struggle with is how a fiduciary decision impacts a long-term strategic plan. To Director Kellogg's point, we have a lot of plans, and sometimes I don't think we get a lot of clarity of if this, then this plan tenet is not happening or will happen or X or Y. Board capacity and effectiveness. Sorry, apparently I really can't remember something I wrote 5 minutes ago. Oh, I think we have incredibly strong systems thinkers on this board, and I really appreciate that. And I think that really helps this board work well. I think that I think, when you were talking about board reflection and board self-assessment, we haven't done that, and I think Board Chair Lewis has started to try to push us to think about that. I think that also ties into the board goals question, right? So to me, those are sort of all the same coin, just different sides. And then the last, oversight of the GM. We have an incredibly detailed oversight process for Sam. God love it. I appreciate that in some ways. I also think that I think there's two problems with it. There's too many, right? It's the classic, like if you have 30 priorities, you don't have 30 priorities, you have 30 things. And I think it bounces a little bit back and forth between, frankly, micromanaging and policy direction. Like, I think one of his metrics is like, have 20 meetings with external elected officials. Like, that's not a freaking board, that's not a GM deliverable. That's micromanagement. So that's my feedback.
Wow,
Sorry,
thank you.
Sam.
Oh, I was clapping.
I know. I have no thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, I'm really enjoying hearing, because I'm taking notes. I reflected more so on myself, and then with a different lens from my board members, because I interact with the executive team and more meetings with, Andrew and Sam. I see Sam more than I want to see Sam. But, no offense, but yeah. Okay, so I'll start from the top. I did mine on a scale of 1 to 10. That's that numbers thing going, of where I rate it. So strategic planning, from a president's, I go from one direction to the other. So Aaron was correct. One moment I think I'm at a 10, and then wham, we have zero emission buses that we can't pay for. So then we're back here. And so it is so back and forth with your opening comments of Aaron saying things are changing so fast and so rapidly, it is hard to catch up comparing to now to when I first joined the board. We did get a small little packet, and it was nice to read, and you could read it on a Saturday. Okay. Now, it's like huge. Board accountability, I'm gonna use my lens. I think we do a 5. I don't think we do, I'm really critical. I don't think we do a good enough job with our writers. And I put them in their stakeholders. You had stakeholders, but there's stakeholders that are other agencies, but I look at the writers. Those are, for me, those are the number one. And yeah, I think we do a 5. I think we could do a better focused job on that. I agree with everything that JT talked about. Fiduciary responsibility, I give us a 9. Excellent group. You guys, you rock. Yay. Okay. Board capacity, I would say as a board member president, I went from a 4 where we were like way back here, and it's been housekeeping to get to an 8. I think we're at an 8. Assessments, but doing board retreats and passing that leadership style to the board to plan their retreats as reverse, and then getting the board to like bring their voice in. Getting there, we could do, yeah, bring it on. Because that's how boards function, is getting the message out. But yes, retreats, education sessions, I'm all over Sam with assessments, not assessments, board education. No, we don't want to do that. I heard this and that. I do listen. Yeah, you can find, I kind of inject you when I hear things. And that's important to me, that board voices are heard. Oversight of the GM, I think, yeah, overkill, 9. We came from a 2 where there was 1 or 2 pages to now a process of teams where we come into teams and participate, mainly because of the oversight and the regulations of how we can communicate. It is very frustrating that we can't have conversations on different topics unless we're in a board meeting. So that's mine.
Thank you. I thought of two items that would have the biggest impact. One, under the umbrella of board capacity, self-assessment reflection. I'll just take it from your slide. Second item was under strategic direction. I think we should perhaps consider getting closer to the resolution-loving agencies. Okay? So we're on the other end. We're on one end. But it's sort of like how having a, you know, folks who have a budget, right? Folks who have a documented budget versus a budget in their head. Yeah? So I think getting closer to that end, so coming closer to the center, I think there's a value in having an articulate, concrete written document that describes our policy direction without a whole lot of hands in it, but just general direction. And of course, I mean, I'm already dreading the sort of wordsmithing process.
Oh, yeah.
But goodness, that process is what brings out what we truly intended, you know? So I think there's definitely a value in it, even if it's the document isn't called a resolution, but rather a just brainstorming session. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That was outstanding. Very much appreciated. I'd like to move now to our next slide. I know we have about 6 or 7 minutes. You guys have a busy agenda. So what's the pathway moving forward? We might have said the roadway or the rails or something for governance effectiveness. Well, today's retreat, we built a foundation and increased awareness. And what you just did was excellent work. Thank you. We put you on the spot. And it was very, very helpful. And we'll document that and present it back to Chair Lewis. The options for what to do after today's retreat, confidential one-on-one interviews with Robert and myself, one-on-one coaching sessions, which could include the intercultural development inventory, which is a very established leadership assessment that many boards and management teams use to kind of gauge inclusive mindedness as a member of a team. And then board performance evaluation, so the kind of checklist we talked about where you would rate around the 4 parts of that model that we shared earlier, what the current state is, where you think there are opportunities for improvement. You'll see it's hard to read the small print, but anyone who's interested in any of these post-retreat options, please contact the board chair and the general manager via email. And then potential follow-up sessions to today, delve into interview findings and themes as we conduct interviews at your request, and also, frankly, the themes that surfaced in this activity we just did, we'll document those. Use interview findings to refine governance practice, and then formalize a board governance work plan, ways the board will collaborate together amongst yourselves, setting goals for yourself, and of course, very much with the general manager and the staff. So that's the path before us, and it's up to you what parts of that you would like to discuss with Dr. Lewis and with Sam. And then to wrap up our time with you, we have one final, if we could advance to the next slide.
Okay, so we'll close with some reflections and commitments. And so if we could just do kind of a quick round robin, this one isn't as in-depth as the last one, but if you could just share what you think would most help the board effectiveness moving forward, and then what's one personal commitment you'd like to make to strengthening TriMet board's governance practice. So think about that and just maybe just kind of go down the line and share your thoughts on these.
I'm starting, okay. Let's see here. Would you repeat the 2 questions? For me,
The
please?
first question, what do you think will most help moving forward? And then the second question is, what's one personal commitment that you'd like to make to strengthening governance practice?
Yeah, my personal commitment would be to be more proactive about engaging with our riders in the context of the district that I was appointed to serve. So thinking of creative ways that don't cost us money as an agency to pull people into space and to have conversations. that is a firm commitment that I'm willing to make. And then in terms of what I think could be most helpful moving forward, I really appreciated what Director Kim closed out his commentary with, this point about resolutions. You know, in my day job, I'm on the other side of these dioceses in the role of a director of government affairs whose job is to advocate on behalf of community-led work. And I can very firmly say that in that capacity, few tools have been more structurally important to the advancement of our work than things like board resolutions, right? Effectively, directives that are created out of an understanding that these agencies were not necessarily built to serve many of us or many of our communities. And oftentimes we need to nudge them in creative and resourceful ways to free staff up to actually do the work that we know the people we serve are asking for in earnest. So I think it would be helpful for us to reflect more deeply on that nudge that Director Kim gave us to consider the way that we might sparingly but quite intentionally utilize some of the tools that we have at our disposal, such as resolutions to move community-led work forward.
I think there were a lot of things that we surfaced today that need to be discussed, and also the purpose and the use of some of the tools that we could create to help guide our work and the work of the agency. So I would love to think about, how do we have that series of conversations? How are they facilitated? What kind of information do we need in advance so that we can be prepared for them to participate in a informed way? And I'm happy to be a thinking partner on that. And then for my personal commitment, I am really thinking about, I am happy to commit to working on board goals some more and really focusing on how we can shape those so they're really about us as a governing body, and a little bit less focus on the goals of the agency.
Okay, so 2 items that would be helpful. Again, I can't stress enough the timeliness of getting information prior to meetings and having the ability to digest that. And then secondly, to encourage communication between individual directors, well within the lines, general counsel divide, of no serial meetings, but just having that opportunity with more time to have more interaction, to say, what are your thoughts on this, just to help shape our thinking from, again, intelligent, informed people. So my personal commitment on that is, 1, I will always be available to other directors. Phone or text would be better than email. And then second, I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but I'm going to try to reach out to Superman and see if he can do the thing, revolve the earth the other way, add a couple of hours to the day so that we can all have time to review our packets.
Just like 6 hours on a Sunday is all we need
Right.
to get through that 400 pages. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of all my colleagues and their comments. I think for me, and whether it's the intentional use of resolutions or I think there is a better way that actually brings board feedback in earlier to the process. That's my concern often with resolutions, is it's like a pew, parachute in at the last minute. But to me, I think there has got to be a way to bring board direction in earlier on projects and have more consistent touch points throughout a process. And those touch points could just be one slide of like, hey, board gave this direction, here's how it's being expressed in this project. If there's 20 minutes every board meeting where we go through 5 key things happening in the agency, here was the board direction that was given, here's how it's being expressed. Every board meeting, that'd be great. And that lets the board be like, actually, that's not what we meant. Like, yeah, but, or what, so. To me, some sort of way to do that would be really helpful. And for the board to then change and push back that feedback when we need to. My personal commitment, part of it is I think I am committing to working with our board president and vice president. Write that down. And well, I'm coming back from maternity leave, guys, so it's gonna be great. And with the GM to try to figure out how that process could look and how we keep it from being micromanaging, but how we keep it real. Then, like Director Kellogg, I think my other commitment and interest in making sure, because I think we have an incredible board, frankly, and one thing I didn't feel like there was a chance to say, but I want to say that I appreciate so much is like everyone is very committed here. We're doing this out of our volunteer time, but also we enjoy each other. I have been on boards where there's a lot of tension, and I really appreciate that is not like I enjoy and appreciate and value each other. So thank you to all of you, because I really do appreciate and love getting the chance to work with and learn from you. And to that end, I think my other commitment is to try to be better about reaching out and connecting with board members ahead of board meetings and in general during processes. So.
Time check here. Okay. No. What do I think that would be most helpful moving forward? I think the one thing that stood out for me is something Aaron shared, is our financial piece of how do we get information from, because only 3 of us can meet at the financial meeting, and how we get that to the board. That's been my next beating Sam over the head about. And then I think most helpful, one personal commitment is I guess a commitment for me is really pushing the board to give me feedback on how I'm doing. I don't have an ego in being critiqued. I think that comes from just many years of students saying how terrible teacher you are. And you kind of develop this, armor of, sure, because I gave you a D, of course they don't like you. But really constructive feedback of what I can do better, what I do good, because it helps me to really move forward in board retreats and development that helps us. And tell me what tools you need. Don't be shy. I'm a badass. I can get it done. So, yeah, let's go for that.
Thank you. Mine's small. I want to be mindful about board capacity. So I want to commit to doing a quick round of self-assessment reflection after each board meeting. Because frankly, I've never held that space. I mean, even on my drive back to Hillsborough, I'm thinking about my meetings lined up for the afternoon, right? So I'm not spending 5 minutes on how did the meeting go in terms of conduct. I mean, not about the substance. And then strategic questioning, my fellow board members got to ask, the responses that we've received. So I want to hold space for myself to do that and actually acknowledge this board capacity and effectiveness as one of the 5 pillars. Yeah, thank you.
David, Robert, back to you to wrap up.
We're so privileged and honored to be with you, and we appreciate the openness. But we do board retreats, and this was a very constructive one. So we thank you so much, and to be continued.
Thank you very much. I agreed. Very constructive, and thank you for your thoughtful inputs throughout this whole process and your engagement. So, looking forward to continuing together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from board to our guests? Okay. Sam, any closing thoughts there?
Just very quickly, I just want to thank each of you. I really appreciate it, and I took copious notes as you were bringing things forward, and really appreciate your openness. I think that's a key piece for me, and the insight that you brought today. I can tell you, my 6 years, I've not had that level with the board, and your unwavering commitments that you made as we move forward. So really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Shelley, 2-3 minutes or 5 for a bio break?
Sure.
Yep, okay. let's do 5 minutes and then we'll have Nancy, we'll change out Nancy and finance will be up. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Hello, Nancy. Next on our agenda this morning, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Nancy Young Oliver, here to provide some updates regarding our budget. At each of our board meetings going forward, we will have the scorecard, and she has provided some updates as we reduce spending to address our structural budget gap. She also will excuse me, provide some information and history on our federal funding. I know we've had some parts, some not, and so she's going to bring us a full update on that. Nancy, you can proceed. And then if we have questions, do you want us to wait to the end, or?
I'd like to go ahead and take questions along the way, if that's okay.
Okay, all righty. I'll watch for a hands up.
Okay, thank you, President Lewis and members of the board. Good morning. As we committed to, we're bringing you the financial scorecard that addresses our long-term fiscal sustainability. You'll notice just a couple changes to the scorecard, and then we're going to dig into each of those layers a little bit. But first of all, I just wanted to call your attention to, we've displayed the first 5 years of the 15 years that we are looking at the long-term fiscal sustainability, providing a total for that year 1 through 5. And then the next 10 years in 5-year increments, giving you a total, and then an average per year. So you see those same numbers there right at the very top, $300 million on average, $48 million from new revenue sources, $159 million from reduced service, and $93 million from spending reductions. That's our target. That's the overall target. Then in the blue box is what we're planning. This is where we've rolled up our sleeves and we've put a plan together on how we can meet those targets. The green box demonstrates what we've actually implemented, those actions that we have taken to date. So high level, to date, the last time we met, I shared with you we were about 46% solved. With some changes we've made recently, we are now 50% solved. What I'd like to do now is go into each one of those categories with you to give a little bit more discussion on them. Advance, please. When we look at the revenue, we're looking at 2 levers to pull to increase our continuing revenues. The first one is that we are seeking a permanent increase to the stiff payroll tax of that 0.1%. And as you know, the transportation package was presented, but it was only approved on a 2-year cycle, and then it's to sunset. So until that is a permanent increase, should it become one, we are saying that we have not yet at this time implemented any increase in the stiff funding. The second lever that we would pull here is a fair increase, looking at every 4 years starting in fiscal year 2029. And of course, that would be subject to your approval and significant community outreach.
Thanks so much. Just a quick question on the stiff payroll tax increase. How are we as an agency approaching the counter effort by some in our state to take that increase in that entire transportation bill to voters via referendum?
I'm going to ask JC to come up and join me on that one.
Thank you for that question, Director Flowers. We are having a lot of conversations in Salem with our elected officials. We are also next week going to be testifying in front of various committees to talk about the importance and the need of that funding, the sunset lifted. So there's a lot of work underway to help counteract what people are hearing and seeing.
And is there any more public-facing strategy? Like, talking to legislators is one thing, but at the end of the day, they got one vote in the same way that every other citizen and resident of the state does. So I wonder if we have a broader public outreach strategy for shaping the narrative about why this funding and this broader transportation bill is so critical to Oregonians far and wide.
Yeah, we've talked about it. We're working on it. I think that what we're looking to do is to see what happens with the referral. If it's actually is referred, I think then we can throw more energy behind it. But first and foremost are really bringing front and center those conversations back with lawmakers. So.
Okay, copy. I just want to state, just for the record, I think we have an opportunity in this interim period, while some folks are actively trying to mobilize people to get this referred to the ballot, to shape the narrative in that critical window of time, rather than waiting for it to be referred to the ballot, to start doing that public-facing community outreach work. And the more folks that we can get that message to, the better, because the fewer people who will sign a petition and refer this to the ballot. That makes sense.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Tyler, and then General Manager.
I'd like to associate myself with the remarks from the gentleman from Northeast Portland. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of C-SPAN. It's weird. And so I would just like to encourage us to think proactively about how we help people understand the impacts both of the transportation bill and the potential referral and the potential rescission, and secondarily the sunset and what happens then. I think we've seen a lot of community feedback as we struggle with our fiduciary challenges, and that to me is as actually, while I hate that we are dealing with that issue, it is a reminder of how important we are and how critical we are in people's lives, and helping them understand that these governmental decisions, which may become political and ballot box decisions, helping educate them as to what that means for their lives is an appropriate public agency action that we can take, and that I think is important for our riders to know. When we deal with an age where people think government doesn't matter, helping them understand and connect the dots to the extent that we can as a public agency is important. And should any non-public agency entities want to be more assertive about it, as an individual, I think that's helpful.
Thank you.
Shelley just
General
Yeah,
Manager.
points taken, Director Flowers and Frisbee. I think one of the things that I want to do is immediately sit down with you and get your thoughts about that strategy as we move forward. That way I can go back and have a conversation with our government affairs team, what your thoughts are and how we should implement this strategy moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to make the time to do it. You know, the concern is that I think opponents of this bill are simply just going to frame it as another tax hike on Oregonians in a state where folks are concerned about the utility of their tax dollars. What are my dollars actually getting me? This is just yet another increase that takes money out of my pocket and off of my family's table and pours it into some bureaucratic agency's budget. So I think we need to be able to articulate a very clear case for not only what these dollars produce, but why they're so essential to the shaping of a better future for our state.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your comment on the fare increase, that it's subject to a vote, but I'd encourage you to make that absolutely apparent on the document, because, I mean, it's going to cause a firestorm just to have a vote, and the fact that we're indicating it, you know, that it's planned, that we're going to get that revenue, who knows what conclusions people might jump to, so I would rather just have an asterisk there that says, you know, subject to board approval or whatever it might be.
Yep. Noted, yes. Okay, great. All right, so advance, please. So next, let's dive into service. So as you know, we've got two levers there when we're looking at service. In the planned area, well, first of all, our target is 159 million. You can see that now that we've rolled up our sleeves and we've really looked at service, the planned service cuts really only amount to 153 million. That is in two parts. That's the future service that we were going to put on the street according to Forward Together 1.0. So we're pausing on that for now. We've not canceled it, we've paused it. In addition, we're looking at some existing service changes. Those service changes will take effect in December of 2025 and December of 2026. When you look at the green box there, that bottom column, you'll see that the future, the pause on the Forward Together we're saying that we have implemented that, so that results in a pretty significant savings. The ridership from December of 2025 and March of 2026 has resulted in a modest savings, but still a savings nonetheless. You can see that over the course of the 15 years, we have over a $1.2 billion savings. So I'll just pause here and see if there's any questions. Okay, let's advance, please. So on the spending reductions, and we're going to spend a little bit more time on this slide because there's a number of levers that we're going to pull. So first of all, our target is 93 million. Because of the previous slide with the service changes, we've rolled up our sleeves. It's a little bit less than that 159. We're down to 153. So we're going to make that up on the spending reductions. We've got to have a lot of flexibility here as actual numbers come in. Our plan is to reduce our new discretionary spending, both in continuing expenses of $7.5 million and our one-time only increases of $7.5 million. We're also looking at taking existing divisional cuts, evaluating our service contracts and making reductions in this area, and limiting our zero-based budgeted items from an average of 5% per year down to 4%. That's the plan. What we've actually implemented to date is, first of all, we've agreed as an executive team that we will hold the continuing expense increase of $7.5 million. We are going to freeze that for a 3-year period. And after that 3 years, we'll have a modest increase of $3 million per year. That is true for both the continuing expenditures and the one-time only allocation. When you look at our existing divisional cuts, currently, we've got some personnel savings and some materials and services savings. At this time, we have not identified any service contract cuts. That takes a little bit more analysis and time and a little bit of negotiation. Our zero-based budgeted reductions from 5% to 4%, we're still accumulating numbers as we are getting ready to submit the proposed budget to you here after the first of the year. I'll just pause here and see if there's any questions on those spending reductions. Okay, great. Well, hearing none, again, we will be bringing back the scorecard to you on a regular basis. Now what I'd like to do is switch gears and talk to you a little bit about TriMet's federal expenditures. What we have up on the screen is our historical expenditure over the past 10 years. And I think it's kind of hard to see on the screen, at least up on the board. But the main boxes that you're seeing on this graph is the blue. What that blue represents is our federal transit cluster. That's our 5307, 5337, 5339 funding, our formula funding that we get year over year because we have boardings, we have passenger revenue miles, and we have operating expenses. And that makes up 95% of the federal funding that we've received. The orange boxes, I think it might be coming through as red there, but that represents the period of time that we were receiving the federal stimulus funding due to the COVID pandemic. And slightly on the top of each one of those bars is a slight gray, and that represents all other federal awards, more of those competitive type awards. Advance, please.
Oh, Nancy, before you go back to that slide. One of the things when Nancy shared this in the F&A meeting, one of the things that just jumped out at me is that why we have such our blue line when we get into 25 and even 26 is because of the COVID money. And so I said we needed to share this with the board, and that is why we have a cliff. I mean, our cliff would have been a lot sooner had we not used the COVID money. It really reduced our need for the money that was coming in. So, I mean, it was like, whoa, that was like huge.
I'll just add to that is that we made a deliberate decision to spend the COVID funding first before spending our federal formula funding, because we heard all kinds of rumors that potentially the clawback of the federal stimulus funding. So we put that as our priority.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, and I think it's worth putting that in a little bit of context, which is the COVID money was created and given to agencies because the blue federal cluster funds, a large percentage of them are based on ridership, which obviously went like this. So COVID was intended to fill a hole that was left based on a formula that was based on ridership. Yes, but we are now existing in a world without COVID funding where we are still suffering the ridership impacts.
Correct.
Yes, that are not, not as significant as they were in 2021 and 2022, but absolutely still there.
One of the things that might be interesting is to overlay the ridership compared to this. I mean, that would really show the impact. True, it will, definitely be decreased during 2021 and 22, but then how we've come back with the increase. Just curious of numbers for
We can certainly add
looking forward. But thank you. I just wanted to point that out.
And advance, please.
Can I
Yeah.
request, if we did that, I think, and there are folks in this audience who can correct me, TriMet's ridership numbers started to decrease, I think, in 2017? 2018. Okay, so that chart would capture that. I'd love to have, if possible, have it go back like 1 or 2 years so we can see that arc. Because I think that's important for us to grapple with as a board.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have one more slide. So this is to portray just a little bit differently up on the chart for you to see the difference between the federal transit cluster, our COVID funding, and all other federal awards. A couple key points, that federal stimulus funding totaled just under $687 million. And as referred to previously by Director Frisbee, that was really intended to help us preserve our existing service when the federal government knew that our ridership had dropped tremendously. So we are very thankful for those funds during that time. You'll note that if you looked back at 2018, can you just switch back just for a minute for me? When you look at 2018, you look at the blue, the federal funding, and it feels like there's a big spike there. But that year included the last fiscal year for $100 million payment on the Garvey bonds. And if you look at fiscal year 2023, the federal transit grant is lower due to 5 grants ending in the prior year, totaling $120 million. So some of the fluctuations when you look at our federal funding coming in the door has to do with projects being completed on those discretionary type funding. But our federal formula funding itself has pretty much maintained about around $100 million. Right now we're spending about $148 million annually. We're spending some of those reserves that we built up during the time that we were spending the COVID funding. I'll just pause there and see if there's any additional questions. Okay, all right, thank you.
We will take a 5-minute to grab our working lunch, which is in the room behind us, and proceed back out so we can continue on our agenda for the day. Okay. Okay. Food time. Oh, right here. No, not far. The other direction.
Now let's review the questions. We asked people to rank the 9 types of service cuts and why. So the results you'll hear about reflect those rankings and people's thoughts behind them. And we included optional demographic questions. Next slide. The survey asked people to rank 9 which types of cuts we should make first to which types of cuts we should make last. These next few slides showed the cuts grouped into general categories. This isn't the ranking, just to review the types of categories of cuts. And these all had a $ icon indicating the relative cost savings and a person icon indicating the potential impact to our riders. First, there are cuts related to service coverage. Eliminate bus lines with very few riders, stop funding county shuttles, and stop funding to support other transit agencies that connect with TriMet services. Next slide. Another category is bus service on nights and weekends. Reduce or eliminate some bus service after 8 p.m. and reduce or eliminate some bus service on weekends. Next slide. Another category is reducing frequency on MAX and frequent service bus lines, so they would arrive every 17 to 18 minutes most of the day, and less often during early morning, late night, and on weekends. Next slide. And the other category is network changes. Reduce or eliminate service where lines are so close together that riders could walk or roll or transfer to nearby service, and shorten the green line to run only between Gateway and Clackamas Town Center. So those are the 9 types of cuts we asked people to rank with the goal of understanding the values and priorities of our riders to help inform a more specific proposal. Next slide. This is just an image of the online survey and the paper version that was also made available in multiple languages. Next slide. Now let's talk about how we got the word out and what we heard from people. Next slide. Our media relations team got lots of coverage for this topic on television, the Oregonian, and other traditional media. Next slide. Online, we shared this information through our newsletters, email lists, and social media, showing up on screens over 539,000 times. And the webpage was visited over 153,000 times. Next slide. We also held open house events where people could talk with staff. 5 of these events were online, attended by 98 participants. They were held at various times of the day and week and included American Sign Language interpretation. One was in Spanish, and one was promoted in multiple languages, although only English speakers attended that one. Another was promoted for older adults and people with disabilities, and that had great attendance. Next slide. We held 8 in-person events open to the public, plus some focus groups with community partners, where we collected 514 responses. The open houses were held in each of your board districts and featured 10 languages in addition to English. And Directors Graham and Kellogg, we really appreciated you coming. Next slide. For several of these events, we partnered with community-based organizations to recruit, co-host, and provide language interpretation and incentives for participants. And again, we found these partnerships to be invaluable in connecting with riders who have a deep knowledge of our system. The photo on this slide shows people working on paper surveys and a wall where we gave people paper cards describing each type of cut and invited them to rank them by placing the cards into 9 columns. And this really generated a lot of great discussion. We also had tablets at these events where people could complete the survey online. Next slide. Now we'll cover the feedback that these activities generated in those 4,800 responses. First, we'll look at respondents' demographics, and then how the 9 types of service cuts were ranked and the general themes that emerged. Next slide. Before we get into the demographics, I want to note one of the most interesting findings was that people's responses were fairly consistent across these demographic groups. We didn't see a stronger opinion one way or the other associated with identity or geography, disability, or income. But here's an overview. 58% identified as white, and 27% people of color. 15% did not share their racial identity. There were slightly more female and non-binary respondents as compared to our service area. 39% reported experiencing functional challenges, most of those being invisible, with about 15% reporting a mobility-related disability. There was very strong representation of households earning less than $50,000 a year. 90% of respondents said they ride TriMet at least regularly. That's several times a week. And geographically, responses from the 3 counties were generally proportional to their populations within our service district, with Clackamas and Multnomah slightly overrepresented. Next slide. Now let's look at the types of service cuts that people said should be among the first. The blue box at the bottom of the screen lists these top three. Reduce or eliminate service where lines are close together, shorten the max green line, and stop funding to support other transit agencies. People's comments indicated they ranked these first because they were seen as efficient and among the least harmful. The general sentiment behind the cut first rankings reflected a measured, rational approach and an emphasis on empathy. In ranking these first, respondents highlighted the importance of maintaining access for riders who depend on transit as a lifeline to key destinations. People also hoped this type of cut could be temporary or eventually reversible. And as we go through these rankings, it's important to note that while individual respondents ranked the 9 options 1 through 9, the aggregate results fell into the 3 general buckets. This first bucket on this slide contains the options that were consistently ranked toward the top for cutting first. And on the next slide, we'll look at the 4 types of cuts that were consistently ranked for cutting last. Next slide. Now here are the 4 types of cuts that people said should be done last. Reducing frequency on max and frequent bus lines, reducing or eliminating some bus service after 8 p.m., and reducing or eliminating some bus service on weekends. Respondents said they wanted this type of service protected because it's seen as essential, particularly for working families, shift workers, students, and people without other transportation options. This service was seen as critical for economic stability, personal safety, and social participation. There was also a concern that reducing frequency could discourage ridership such that it would have a compounding effect. People really see frequency and span of service as foundational for the strength and fairness of TriMet's system. Next slide. These next 2 types of cuts, stop funding for county shuttles and eliminate bus lines with very few riders, seem to fall in the middle, mainly because people felt more strongly about the cuts that should be made first and last. There weren't as many comments about these 2, but those who did comment emphasized empathy for the riders who would be affected. They suggested carefully analyzing these cuts to minimize the impacts to people who do use these services. Next slide. When we look at the core priorities expressed in people's comments, there was a focus on efficiency and on trimming redundancy over access or reliability. Cutting in dense areas where lines overlap was seen as a more fair way to achieve efficiency. But some caveats to these network or efficiency-oriented cuts. They were viewed as acceptable only if they don't limit access to essential destinations or harm vulnerable riders. And walking or rolling between lines was seen as reasonable only where there are accessible routes or in smaller distances. Next slide. Before we wrap up, a quote from one of the respondents that captures one of the most common themes. I tried to prioritize decreasing services for the masses that would result in high cost savings versus eliminating services for people who may be more isolated, dependent on public transport, and have fewer services or alternatives available to them. Next slide. So to summarize, respondents differentiated between cutting redundant service and cutting service that is seen as a lifeline for riders with limited mobility and fewer options or safety concerns. There was no significant difference in responses across demographic or geographic groups. There was clear support for starting with strategic network changes focused on efficiency. And people want to see that service cuts are being prioritized in a way that protects vulnerable populations. This feedback emphasized how people see TriMet as an essential public service that shapes access to opportunity, community safety, and quality of life. So our service planning team is taking all of this input into consideration in developing a proposal for specific service cuts that we'll bring to the community for comment in January. And now we're ready for any questions you have.
See if the board has digested. Thank you for your presentation. That was a lot of information. Went pretty fast, I know the time, but we've had the slides and can review them again. Give everybody a moment to get their cards up. Okay, we'll go with Tyler and then JT.
Thank you for your presentation. Jennifer, I have been meaning to send you an email and just say how well done I thought this process was. The survey, I really appreciated how open-ended it was. I thought it did a good job of not just asking people questions with context that they needed to make decisions. I heard a lot of positive feedback from folks who took it, and also notably, often when I get emails from people expressing opinions, if I then email back and say, yeah, great, did you see the survey we have out about it? Or did you see, a lot of times I get like, no, I didn't see that. And with this, everyone was like, yep, I did, and I already took it, and I just wanted to like reinforce. And so I think it got a lot of coverage. In my household anecdata perspective, my husband took it without me asking him to, and was like, this was great, I loved this. And so thank you for, I think, what had to be a fast process, and I think was really well done, all things considered. I have a question, which is, and I could do this myself, and I didn't do it when I went through the packet, so mea culpa. But looking at the feedback of the cuts that people prioritized and preferred, how does that line up with the impact with the financial savings?
Yeah.
Like, often when we do this, people are like, I love these cuts. And you're like, cumulatively, those add up to $1. And you're like, of course we like those because they have the least impact. Or is that the case? Or what's happening?
I think that's the work that the service planning team is doing to put together a proposal that reflects what we heard and also achieves the level of savings that we need to get to for next year. So stay tuned.
Do you have an idea when that will come to the board? January? Is it January? Okay.
Yeah, it'll be in early January.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Tyler there. Jennifer, fantastic work. JC, fantastic work. This felt really, really well done, really deliberate, really intentional. And I was quite pleased to see not just the volume of feedback that we got, but the thoughtfulness that writers put into responding to the survey. Hopefully we can tailor it into something meaningful that really reflects what people are hoping to see out of this situation that everybody wishes we didn't have to be in. So thank you again for your work.
Erin?
I'm thinking about the fact that this is the beginning of a long process. And it is really important, I think, along the way to document these processes and these engagements in a very clear way for the public and in a place where we can continue to add. And so it would be helpful to think about how you're setting the stage for communication at this point to document this part so that as we go forward and we add to it, people remember. It's very easy to forget that you took a survey 2 years ago and what you said, and so I just encourage us to be thinking about that, and whether that's visual communications or someplace in the, TriMet communications ecosystem where we're really keeping track of this process in and of itself for ongoing communication.
I love that thought. It's like a how we got here type of recollection. Thank you.
Robert?
Thank you. So thanks for the presentation. With the survey, I had a little struggle distinguishing between eliminating funding for other transit services connected to us and then reducing or eliminating county shuttle lines. To me, those kind of sounded like the same thing, but the responses were different to each of those. So I'm hoping you can help me understand, A, what was the intent, and B, is there a way to explain sort of the divergence between how people answer those questions?
Yeah, the one was referring to shuttles that are operated by counties in areas where there isn't sufficient ridership to warrant regular fixed route bus service, so counties are operating shuttles within our service district. The other was referring to other transit agencies that operate outside of TriMet's district and have some trips that come into our district.
Okay, and so people said, if I remember correctly, they'd rather have those other agency funds reduced before eliminating county shuttles. Okay, thank you.
Thoughts? While the board's, oh, sorry, I looked that way. Yes.
Just very quickly,
GM.
I think it'll be great. I will be meeting with all of the metropolitan mayors tomorrow at lunch. And one of the comments have come up is about the county shuttles and all three counties. So myself and staff will be addressing some of the concerns with some of the elected leaders that's coming up. But I will be meeting with all of the metro mayors tomorrow at lunch.
That, that was kind of my next question is what's next? I mean, that's part one. What's part two? And then a little bit segue on what Aaron asked is, are you giving this feedback to the public so that they see the results? I mean, is it going to be published somewhere on Facebook, our website? It wasn't a definitive of, we will, have a process for collecting the information, but will the public see the and where?
Yes, when we start communications about the next phase, we will nest it within the context of what we heard here.
But you also had asked about the process, and so that will come out early January, and we begin this process over. And to your point, Director Graham, looking at ways to get the word out even further to a much larger audience, obviously because there will be a lot of interest, because we will have specific reductions that we are looking to make.
JT?
Thank you so much. And just one other piece of feedback on the continued communications per my colleagues here. I think it could be really useful for us to do like a synopsis, basically the same type of summary that y'all just gave us, but in short form, 60 to 90 seconds, something that we post on Instagram or on TikTok. We have a really incredible social media team at the agency, and they do a fantastic job getting the word out far and wide, oftentimes beyond what we can get from an email blast that people might choose to delete without opening or, in a newspaper clipping. So communicating this on socials, I think, is a great opportunity for us. And in that, there are also opportunities for us to even create polls within the context of a post, right? So we could say, like, are we hearing y'all correctly? Like, are we getting this right? Is there something we're missing? Like, it would just give people a more dynamic opportunity, especially younger writers, to weigh in on the process in a very low effort way. But you guys have been doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. Other comments? Excellent. Okay.
President Lewis, if you wouldn't mind, I would just also like to say thank you, a huge thank you to Tom Mills, who is here. He and his team were dispatched to each one of our open houses and have been along our sides the entire time and having those direct conversations, and we're really appreciative of Tom and his team. Lindsay Alley, who's one of our senior research analysts, she's there. She is the one who has combed through all this data and got us to where we are today. So just some props, because it takes a lot of people to do these things. So thank you.
Lindsay, did they get you lunch? Okay, good, just making sure. And Tom, yes, make sure you have lunch there. Thank you. We greatly appreciate, because that's an enormous amount of, I don't think AI is very helpful in that area, but, we were talking about AI.
Just dog videos.
Give me one moment here to get the page turned under the sandwich. Okay. All right. One of my the next topic is one of my favorites that I love hearing about. Not only because it's in we have the new East County Library project outside, but one of my recent trips, well, it was a while back, Aaron and I did a TOD tour. Yeah, you were. Yeah, I was like, yeah, we were together. And I was just amazed. And I thought, this is another area for us in revenues that other agencies are tapping into. And so our transit development program is a big reason why we're here this morning. The team is doing some excellent and really exciting work. We have the East County Library Project, which I just mentioned, construction of Hollywood Hub, which is well underway. And less than 3 months ago, Hillsborough City Council approved a new affordable housing project adjacent to our Willow Creek Transit Center. Adding to all of that, our TOD program team, hi, good to see you guys, along with our consulting team, was just honored with a 2025 Excellent in Planning Large Jurisdictional Award from the Oregon chapter of American Planning Association. Let's put our hands together and show them some love. For this, on the East Side TOD planning, congratulations. Let's get an update from our TOD team's transformational work. We have Guy Ben, manager of TOD's strategic, and Fiona Lyons, hi Fiona, program manager for TOD design. Take it away. Oh, my.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much, Board President Lewis, members of the board. Good morning. My name's Guy Ben. I'm the program manager for Transit-Oriented Development, TriMet. Fiona Lyon here, and we also have the Director of Real Estate, Lance Ayres, and Keith Alnwick, who recently joined us as TOD Project Coordinator. So we have about 16 slides, and I know you guys have been working hard this morning, so we're going to run pretty fast, and we want to leave time for questions at the end, and also then move on to a tour of the East County Library after this, if you're able to join us. So next slide, please. Very briefly, we saw Dr. Lewis at the recent MPAC conference that was here in Portland. And one of her requests was just to ground the conversation in TriMet's TOD framework. So we're going to run through a very, very high level, just identify how TriMet has structured its TOD program. Then we're going to run through some project updates, Fiona's going to discuss some of the planning work we've been doing, and also how we're also looking at interim activation of some of our sites, knowing that development can take many years to materialize. And then finally, we'll move on to the library, which we'll finish with a tour. Next slide, please. So, very high-level program overview. TriMet has been doing TOD for a long time, but under the previous general manager and then continued under General Manager DeSue, there was been a conscientious effort to put structure to the program so that it can really deliver its full potential, and also so that there's coherence and transparency to the program on how TriMet goes about delivering transit-oriented development across the region. And so the way that's done, and this slide has interactive links, but in May 2020, the board approved TriMet's transit-oriented development guidelines, which set out the very high-level goals and objectives for the program. And those are listed on the right-hand side of the slide. There are 7 sort of core goals, and we're constantly considering them and thinking about, are they still current? Should they be updated? And that is work that the team is sort of thinking about, and we'll probably come back to the board in due course. Outside of the goals, we also identified that it was very important that the community and our stakeholders across the region and our partners not just understand what TriMet wants to achieve through the TOD program, but also how it goes about achieving those goals. So we created in 2023 a regional TOD plan, which is effectively a business plan for delivering transit-oriented development. And it delivers that transparency for the program. And it also sets out clear guidelines on how TriMet responds to proposals that it receives from developers. How do we prioritize sites across the region? How do we conduct community engagement? It's a much more detailed document, but it really gives a structure to the program. And we won't go into more detail here, but really the concept is transparency and structure so that, as I said earlier, the program can deliver its full potential across the region. Next slide, please. Big picture, how has the program been doing? So since around 2018, the program as a whole has delivered over 718 units, of which around basically 477 of which have been affordable. So that's about 66%. And we have continued to advance projects, and we now have in total, including those 718, we have 1,140 units in pipeline. We have 224 units under construction at the Hollywood Transit Center, and with the Willow Creek project that Dr. Lewis mentioned, and another project in central east side Brooklyn neighborhood of Portland, we have another 80 or so units there. So we're now with what we would say in pre-development, 198 units in pre-development, in addition to the Hollywood units under construction. And that's shown in the chart on the left-hand side of this slide. On the right-hand side is, again, this is published on our website, but that's a screenshot of a PDF which shows our TOD land pipeline. And what the program, the team has been doing is we have identified all the TOD sites that the agency either owns or has some form of control over, and we've prioritized them according to their readiness for development, their scale, how much services they provide. There's a whole number of different metrics. And that's a dynamic list that changes over time. But again, it's our commitment to full transparency with the program so the community can see what does TriMet own, where can transit-oriented development be delivered, and how high on the list is that site. Next slide, please. So in terms of projects themselves, very quick update. If you came from Portland this morning, hopefully you came on the MAX and you passed through Hollywood. You would have seen that the Hollywood Hub project is now well under construction. They are currently placing level 6. It's going to be a 12-story building. And so that residential affordable housing project is due for completion in the spring of 2027. And that will be 224 units. And then TriMet will finish the infrastructure work, the Paseo space. Having already finished the ramp space last fall, it will finish the Paseo space by early midsummer of 2027. Next slide, please. We were lucky enough to receive a visit with the general manager and the mayor of Portland, Mayor Wilson, and able to really show him what TriMet is doing in terms of transit-oriented development across the region. And this slide also shows on the right-hand side and the bottom left some aerial footage of the project under construction, as well as a temporary ramp that was constructed whilst we were rebuilding the stair and ramp structure that contains a new substation. And I think what's important here is to remember that this project is a super complex project that would not have been achieved without city support. And throughout the entire project, TriMet has managed to maintain access to both the MAX station and to the Laurelwood neighborhood that sits on the north side of 84. Next slide, please. The next project update we wanted to quickly touch on is the Hillsborough, or the Willow Creek affordable housing project in Hillsborough. We have entered, working with the city of Hillsborough, who allocated $15.5 million of affordable housing bonds to basically run a joint solicitation to find an affordable housing developer to build a new 118-unit affordable housing building on the north end of our Willow Creek Park and Ride. This project will occupy about 3 acres of that park and ride. It's building on an undeveloped grass area, which will be the first phase of a larger redevelopment, we hope, of the entire 8-acre park and ride. There's a lot of interest from developers for this project. We had 8 responses to the RFP, And the winning proposal was submitted by a joint venture between Mercy Housing Northwest and IRCO, which is the Immigrant Refugee Council of Oregon. And they not only are building 118 affordable units that's between 30 and 60% area median income, but they'll also be delivering an early childhood education center within the building, which is a big win for the project. Next slide, please. And this is a plan of the site itself. It just sort of hopefully gives some context. What you see at the sort of running through the middle of the screen at the sort of the bottom end of the plan is a new street that will be delivered by the developer, and that currently taking the sort of the place of the northernmost drive aisle in the park and ride. And there's a number of community spaces. The parking ratio for this project is going to be 0.5 per unit, so half a space per residential unit. And the Early Childhood Education Centre sits in the top right-hand corner of the project, fronting Edgeway Drive, which is the main thoroughfare. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to pass it over to Fiona, who's going to talk about Southeast 17.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to run through a couple more projects and efforts that we're working on. So we had some exciting progress on a couple other sites in the Brooklyn neighborhood of East Portland. We've had some small parcels that have been undeveloped for about a decade now, right on our Orange Line Max. The challenge with these sites was that the zoning was kind of prohibiting a lot of uses, including residential. So we've made a lot of really great progress in the last couple of months trying to understand what zoning work plans and opportunities we have available to us. There are two. There's one from the state, and then the city of Portland is also working really collaboratively with us to open these sites up for affordable housing. And so we do, as part of this kind of rezoning effort that we've been putting underway, we did get a letter of interest from a really great developer that we think will be a good partner in the coming years. Their name is Short Stack Development. This is a really perfect kind of project for their model of development. They always look for infill, small sites, transit-oriented, and so we think it's going to be a really good fit. From some preliminary case studies, or test fits, they've estimated about 80 to 90 units are possible between these two sites. They're about 15,000 on the north parcel and 25,000 square feet on the southern parcel. Just for kind of context and proximity, these are right across from our Center Street bus garage. So we do have, TriMet has a broad interest in this neighborhood, kind of beyond just these sites. Huge employment base for us as well. Let's see, next slide, please. This is just a quick kind of sampling of their work. Again, really high quality. They sort of bridge public and private funding in a really tough development market right now. We think that they have a really viable approach to development, and so we are excited to work with them in the coming years on these two sites to bring more housing to the neighborhood. Next is this. I don't believe we've shared this with the board formally yet. This is kind of stepping back. Guy and I, in recent years, worked on the Better Red Station Area Planning. It was a federal grant that we received. One of the 6 stations we studied was Gateway Transit Center. There's a long history of a lot of planning work that's been done in the community. And so we wanted to really understand how can we open up transit-oriented development opportunities in this area. The challenge is that TriMet doesn't really own a lot of land. The product of a lot of community conversation and kind of this planning work was that one of the biggest opportunities was actually to just open up better connectivity for pedestrians to get to our transit services. So fortunately enough, Guy is very persistent in finding and applying for grants. We did apply for the Oregon Community Paths Grant last year. We received notice this summer that we were awarded $6 million for this project. And so we're really, really excited. We're going to be basically delivering a new multimodal connection. Our transit center is just off to the left. The heart of the community is to the right, and the Gateway Shopping Center is a pretty substantial super block that has just created kind of a challenging barrier for many, many decades. And so we're really excited to be able to deliver this for the community. Next, we have our East Side TOD planning work. This work is complete. Really just kind of wanted to summarize what we did here. All of our materials are on our website, as Guy mentioned. We've been trying to really keep our website up to date on all of our efforts. But really, the kind of summary of this study was that we had 2 sites, both in East Portland, one in City of Portland, Menlo Park neighborhood. Really significantly sized site. It's pretty rare. We have 4 1/4 acres in Portland. And the other parcel is in the Rockwood neighborhood of Gresham, just to the west of us here today. And so really the goal of this planning work was to better understand the sites, understand economics that are surrounding the parcels today, have a lot of conversations with the community. What are kind of the goals, the vision, what is absent from their community today that could be incorporated on our sites, and really try to test some schematic scenarios for what development could look like in the future. So if we go to the next slide, we've basically visualized what the potential development program for these 2 parcels could look like. We feel pretty hopeful. I think while the development market is really challenging, we heard a lot of good interest from the community that we do think is economically viable. We're chasing down things that we heard were really important values. So affordable home ownership was a big one that kept coming up in both communities. A center to their neighborhood, more of a town center feel, things that are, again, kind of, we push for mixed use a lot, but trying to understand how that could be incorporated in ground floor retail, and possibly public amenities and just better improved open spaces is really key. So highly recommend checking out. It's a large study, but we tried to really synthesize kind of the community values and how those could be achieved at each of these parcels. And next, I think Guy teed it up perfect when he started. It's just that, as you're aware, TOD takes a really long time. It's, I always joke, it's not something you kind of sprinkle in at the end of a transit project. It's something that takes years of hard conversations, development agreements, trying to understand economic potential, funding opportunities. And so because we want to keep delivering TOD as fast as we can, not as fast as we can, but in a quality way, we recognize that some of these sites have more potential that could be realized in the near term. So we are always open to creative ideas for flexing a site. The 122nd site that I mentioned, as you're aware, is being used as a safe rest village. We do have a little portal on our website that kind of opens the conversation if folks have ideas. They're always welcome to approach us with that. Up on the screen, we have an interest from the city of Hillsborough out at our Fairplex Max station, where we have a large park and ride, very underutilized. There's a large sports complex just to the west. And so they have approached us. They want to do some sport courts, again, kind of temporary implementation until there is a longer term TOD framework and plan. So just wanted to kind of share that. It is something that we don't talk about a lot, but it is in our portfolio or kind of repertoire for us to be able to implement temporary uses like this that can also generate some revenue for the agency. And lastly, we are sitting across from the new East County Library. We are really excited about this project. We're really excited that this meeting is here today so that we can tour folks through it. Really just wanted to kind of remind everybody, this used to be a large 3-acre park and ride, very underutilized, and it really will anchor, we think, a lot of community investment for many, many decades to come. For us, it's been just a dream public partnership with the city of Gresham, with Multnomah County, with Metro. It's just been a great collaboration. We're really, really excited to show it off. It will open in the spring next year once they've got it fully staffed and full of books and all the other amazing amenities that will live there. So thank you for your interest in TOD and letting us share these updates today.
All right, thank you. Oh, wonderful. It's nice to see we're doing good things in the neighborhood. Questions, responses, comments? Everyone's.
Yes. That was an unintentional Daniel Tiger reference, and I just want to applaud you.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. This was so fun. My question is around, I mean, I know enough about TOD financing to know that I know nothing about TOD financing. And in general, and acknowledging that both of these measures are, well, one of these measures is very much, they're exhausted, but looking at City of Portland Affordable Housing Bond, Metro Affordable Housing Bond, and Metro SHS, which is not for capital, but how often would you say over the last 10 years you've layered that in your funding stack?
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't have stats on which projects do or don't. I mean, I think the Willow Creek one that we spoke to, that is a huge emphasis on why we shifted our attention there, was that it was basically the final amount within the Metro funding measure that was available. So it was an incredibly competitive project. I think until there is a new pipeline of affordable housing funds for the region, it's going to be a challenge to come up with viable economics for affordable housing.
I think to add to that, it's probably around 60 to 70% of the projects, which really reflects how much affordable housing we have in the projects since 2018. Pretty much all of those have had some Metro or some City of Portland affordable housing bonds. But at the same time, one of the when Short Stack came to TriMet and said, we have an idea and we have a model that we think works for your sites in the Central East Side on Center Street, we were ears because they've found a way to reduce the amount of public subsidy that they need to deliver affordable and workforce housing. So we're constantly looking at new ways, and we stay very close to what money is available for affordable housing so that we can be in the right, and part of the reason for the planning studies is so that we are in the right position to capture that money when it becomes available.
And I would also just add, I think we would love to, in future funding sources, better tie TOD as a kind of core emphasis. Transit costs a lot of money for households, and so by being co-located with our transit facilities, we can save households a lot of money. So we'd love to basically tie TOD as a requirement to future affordable housing funding, if there's a way to better do that.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Okay, thank you. Any other feedback, comments, questions? Okay, we will be taking our tour, but we have one more thing on our agenda and then some announcements, and we will be, do we get to wear hard hats? Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll be provided when we get to the lobby, so we'll send them.
Thank you.
Director Lewis.
All right, at this time, we'll have our Chief Safety and Security Officer, Andrew Wilson. As we've been seeing with other partner agencies, are taking steps to make sure their meetings have some safety, security things part of their meeting. I've been talking with Sam and Andrew, and we met about looking at some protocols when we are out in our neighborhoods and in our communities, and when we're home in our own home office, what can we do to make things safe for us as boards, staff, those that are present, everyone in the room and not in the room. Okay, Andrew.
Thank you, Board President Lewis and TriMet Board of Directors. So this is a conversation that I've been having with Dr. Lewis as the board president and general manager Sam DeSue. I do want to just point out that we're absolutely committed to public testimony. We want people to feel free to get down to One Main and voice their concerns and give public testimony. We are also committed to safety, and we're committed to the safety of you as the TriMet Board of Directors. We love you all. We need you safe, but we also need everybody in the room safe as well. And so, so we're trying to kind of do, and I think we've done this, is have a real balanced approach to have a safe experience for public testimony as we anticipate some increased public testimony. And so we just wanted to take some time at this board retreat to just spend some time with you about the plans. I gave you a very high level analysis of, and we're going to focus on the bottom two sections, not as much on the top. The top is the normal configuration, which you've been used to, with one addition, which I'll talk about in just a second. But before we do that, I do want to point out Tom Hunt, our new-ish to you, Director of Security. Tom is in the back. Tom loves when people talk about him, so I'm going to do that for a second. So Tom comes to us from the Portland Police Bureau after 30 years. He retired as a captain with the Portland Police Bureau, has a lot of experience, and he's filling some very big shoes. Pat Williams passed away last year, you know, and that was a big tragic loss to TriMet and myself personally. But Tommy has done an amazing job, and I just really want to thank him for stepping into that. He did actually, has been with us for quite some time now and was the kind of founding SRT manager. He grew that group and created it, and there's no one more connected to community and public safety than Tom Hunt in the city of Portland. So really, like, it's a pleasure to work alongside him. And now he's never going to talk to me again. So no, but thanks, Tommy. But I do want to point him out to you because as we kind of go through this next period of public testimony, both myself and Tom Hunt will be in the room. So he's going to be alongside me. If for some reason I'm not there, he will be my delegate. I don't anticipate that. I will be right there alongside you these next few months, but I just wanted to point him out to you. So I'm going to spend just a few minutes. I know I'm up against, I'm preventing you from the TOD tour, which I want to take actually as well. So we'll keep this short and sweet. I will tell you on the top section, when we talk about the traditional format, the only thing that's changed in that regard is we did work with One Main Place to have a dedicated elevator available to us. So every board meeting from this point forward will have a dedicated elevator, which we can direct folks to enter floor 2 and come back down. So you might have seen that. You might have noticed that last time. We actually did kind of a soft launch on that last board meeting. But in the elevated concern format, we're going to have additional allied personnel available. We have a max occupancy of 80 in that room, so we will be managing that. We haven't landed on the total number of public testimony participants in the room at any one time yet. We had some recommendations, and I think we'll handle that on a case-by-case basis. One thing that the team has really done, not the safety security team, but this is Felicia and her team have kind of developed a way of tracking who is going to be providing public testimony ahead of time. So we should have good numbers in terms of how many people we need to accommodate, which will then inform our board president Lewis in terms of time allotments and those types of things. We can make some strategic decisions prior to any meeting. But I'll show you in there in the section 2 under D and E. You've got some kind of thoughts about where security personnel are going to be located. I'll just let you review that. And we are coordinating with lobby and building security. One Main Place has been very, very accommodating in this process. I've been very pleased, including this dedicated elevator. And our security director will be there alongside me. We'll have other additional security personnel in the room. And additional TriMet SSE staff utilized to assist with escorts up and down. As we reach occupancy, we're going to be taking people from 3 to 5 up and down in that elevator if we're at a max capacity scenario. One thing I want to just make you aware of is that Dr. Lewis, as the board president, Sam DeSue as the general manager, and myself as the chief safety and security officer, at any point in time can make a call for a recess if there's some sort of an issue going on. And that's where you go into this emergency response configuration. So this is what I want you all to be aware of. If at any point in time President Lewis says we're going to take a short recess because there's some commotion or there's something unsafe happening, what you will do is you will go into that room just adjacent to the dice, which is access controlled. Probably Sam, potentially Tommy, will guide you into that room, shut the room, and then Allied will go up and actually kind of protect the dice area. One of the things that happened during some very, very vigorous public testimony a few years ago was, as we kind of went back into an adjacent room and kept everyone safe, the area around the dice was kind of, torn apart. And so we're trying to prevent that with the security we have in the room. Hopefully we don't end up in any kind of a scenario like that. I really don't. But we do want to give people the opportunity to engage in public testimony. At that point, we will, take care of the room, address any issues in the room, and then we'll be in further communication with you. And at some point, probably the board president and Sam will make a decision to either restart the meeting or to continue the meeting in that room for further dialogue and discussion, which it is capable to do so. So with that, I'm probably going to leave it there. I've given you guys some direction. I didn't want to spend line by line on every one of these, and didn't really necessarily want to draw everything out in public, but just have you available to be able to look at that. But I am going to open it up for any questions before we go on our tour. All right. Well, hopefully the planning that we did, the three of us, has been successful. And I do want you to know there is a plan, and we will keep you safe. And we'll also keep folks safe to engage in healthy public testimony, which we expect and need. So that's all.
Just one thing that you didn't, I know it's on here, is letting the board know sign-ups would be moved to the lobby instead of,
Yes.
because I think
That's a great point.
Director Kim had asked about the crowd at the door, people getting in, that when we move to that plan, Felicia or whoever is doing sign-ins, they would do it downstairs and then come up so that area is clear. Yeah, it's shifting.
That's absolutely right. Thanks for pointing that out. I should have covered that, really. It is downstairs. We've already talked to One Main about that as well. Mm-hmm. And so when you think about checking in inside the room, that check-in process will be downstairs so we can monitor folks as they come in and protect that capacity of the room.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Greatly appreciated. Security is always the top of my mind all the time. And so just our safeguards for in our meetings, if we have any issues going to our cars or vehicles, that's always important. Please let Andrew and Tommy know. Thank you. Okay, we have successfully, almost on time, look at that, wow, with a minute to spare almost, closing remarks. I do have one or two announcements. This announcement is to the executive team, and I know not everyone does holidays, if you do Hanukkah or other days. The board will be managing a cookie contest, and we would like for you to bring your baked goods for us to judge. We will be at our holiday.
We should go the other way.
No. It goes, we are the judge. So if your spouse, significant other bakes, this is your time to show off those goodies for us to bring awards or little gifts of the top baker, So just a thing. On that note, I will be here. So I just, I know, I had to bring some humor. Talk about succession. Director Kim will be stepping up and gaveling for the December meeting. Please show him love, courtesy, and cookies. Sam, closing comments?
I just want to tell staff that I didn't know about the baked cookies. So this is new to me as well. So I'll follow up afterwards with everyone. want to just quickly say, President Lewis and board, thank you. I want to thank Mayor Stovall and the city of Gresham for hosting us here. Want to thank our wonderful executive assistant team, Adriana, Felicia, Ruth, Gwen. They made this happen with planning and logistics that's here. I do want to thank all of our presenters that have been here. Really appreciate that. Just as well as you, Lindsay, for bringing that data forward here. I want to thank my senior leadership team for being here, giving up their time, and actually being here today and listening to what's going on, because there will be a test next week on what occurred. And then I want to just thank the public. Doug Allen, thank you for being here today. Really appreciate that and coming out as well. As we come to the end of this retreat, again, I just want to thank each one of you for your openness, your unwavering commitment to our organization and this work that we're going to be doing, and to each other. Really appreciate that, and want to just thank all of you for being here and for taking that on. I want to just close with three things that I thought about over the weekend last week as we were. I want to acknowledge and speak to what we're all feeling as we navigate some truly uncharted waters that's coming up. And as what was stated by Director Graham and others, is the pace of change is fast and the challenges are complex, and there's a great deal of uncertainty ahead as we move forward. But uncertainty doesn't have to be unsettling to us. It could be an opportunity for growth as we move forward. And it reminds us to really center our energy on what we can influence rather than what we can't as we move forward. And much of our stress as we move forward, and trust me, this last month or two has been very stressful from this seat here, individually or collectively, comes from trying to control outcomes that were never ours to command. But the truth is that leadership isn't about controlling each variable. It's really about responding with integrity, steadiness, and clarity, no matter what comes. We can't shape every external event or every opinion, but we can shape how we as a board and the executive team respond. So we could choose our effort, our attitude, and our boundaries in our words, and we could be very intentional about how we use our time, how we treat one another, and how we move forward together. So as we look forward, let's focus on what's within our control as a board and as a senior leadership team, our commitment and collaboration and our belief in the mission that unites us moving forward. So if we can just only do that, we will not only navigate the uncertainty, we will lead through it with purpose and peace of mind. So again, thank you all for your leadership, your partnership, and your belief in this mission that we all share to provide valued mobility options that are safe, convenient, reliable, accessible, and welcoming for all. So thank you, President Lewis and board. Really appreciate it and look forward to our next steps.
Our retreat is over. Thank you. Yeah.